Hey guys, Starting coming at you with another game of Geometry Dash, and we are back to the grind again. Last night it was promising, you know, we've improved our consistency greatly, so maybe after another couple thousand attempts, we'll be able to hack it. Alright, keeping it going. Not bad for a first run. There, you just boost a little bit there, you swing in. No! Too much on that one. I think if you hold it the whole way through, that's what happens. I never messed up there, and then I messed up once last night. I think I'm just overthinking it a bit, but a nice clean section getting through the small ship for the first run of the day. Very promising. If I can just, well, like I said, very promising. If I can just, not do that again. It's a good level, it's pleasant to look at. I've looked at it some 2,000 times, to one degree or another. And I may look at it 2,000 more, but I think we'll probably beat it before another 1,000 attempts. Probably. Well, not like that we won't. Okay. One more time with feeling. Oh, I'm so excited about my day. I check the weather, and it doesn't matter because I don't have to go outside one time. Oh no, what a dumb place to die. And like I was saying, I guess there's going to be a sky. I'm not even going to get involved. And I'll probably go outside to, walk with the dog around the yard, but nothing. Okay, wow. Nothing in the world better. What is my... Oh, okay. My controller literally came undone. It wasn't reading the input anymore. I was like, I know I jumped there, and yet I had not. I can't wait to beat this level someday and then move on to some other level that I'll be defeatist about. The Circle of Geometry Dash. It's the green block of life. You bonk your head and you let go. There you go. No! How could I have missed that jump? Embarrassing. That's not right. That's not the right word. Bad. That's the word. I was thinking ahead. That's the problem. You gotta think with your little blocky toes. You can't be thinking about the future. Nope. Yeah. Okay, well, that jump wasn't necessary. I could have showed my despair in a more responsible way. Alright, well, I tried to buffer there and I died. I'm so bad at this game. I gotta quit trying to do that. People tell me to do it, they're wrong. They don't understand how dumb I am. Just because I can read and write and do a little math, they think that I can understand simple concepts. No, the more complicated and useless a subject is, the more likely I am to find it interesting. A facet of my personality that has caused great consternation among people I know throughout my life. But, you know, maybe there's something to being the one who you are, as the song says. Ah, thought I had it. And I just need to figure out the exact timings for those inputs, and then it'll be fine. Because often you only need one. Like, you go in through the straight path, you ride down, and then whenever you need to drop over the next one with the big wheel at the bottom left of it, all you have to do is feather the input one time, and then you'll ride up there and get to the bottom, and then you have to go up, you know, the hill of blades. But that one, I just haven't figured out exactly how long I'm supposed to hold it down for. Because you can't really feather it to go horizontal in the middle of the incline, or you die also. That was close, sort of. Well, overcorrection. You know, you can be wrong for several different reasons, but still just as dead. Poor Mr. Green Blockington the Long-Suffering. Oh, sure. I actually quite like this section. There's a bunch of sections of Clutterfunk that I like a lot. All the non-ship parts. But I really like that fast cube section there earlier, and the ball section here I love. This is one of my favorite little segments in the game, probably. It's very pleasant. You got the sort of X-Step color palette in this segment, which X-Step was marvelous. Like, what a fun level. All right. Almost crashed there. I jumped into that thing that definitely shouldn't kill me, except it obviously does. No matter how many times I run into that, I'm gonna say that it shouldn't be there. It just doesn't look like there's something there. It should have been safe. Wasn't. One problem with my play is that I'm very visual, by which I mean bad. So if I can't see that the obstacle is there, I'm highly likely to just not pay attention to its presence. Which, there was a level Geometrical Dominator, which I have not beaten yet, but they had a similar problem where they would have disappearing fatal things. And let me tell you, I got fooled almost every time. man, that... Anyway, I'm not going to engage in the defeatism, mainly because I don't believe it's true anymore. I will eventually beat this level. I just don't know if it's going to be today. The first run was fine. But if I keep on doing, like, just trash runs in these early segments, it's never going to come together. Whoops. Yep, I leveled out too much. My play requires me to be like skating on the bottom of the ground for my normal pattern. You can go through it with it being leveled, but I think it requires a lot more precision and like density of inputs. Whereas if I had just done the thing I had learned, it would have been fine. I mean, relatively fine. No doubt I would have died to something else. Okay. Great. Ah, marvelous. Hi, Liam. Oh, okay. I don't know what happened there. I do. I did the thing wrong. I basically never die there. I think I just, I think I bricked up a second, you know? It's like, no longer accepting visual inputs, and then by the time that I realized, oh yeah, that's right, I'm a miniature ship again, I had already died. Alas. No, not again! Ah. Oh, okay. Man. These runs are getting worse and worse. Pretty soon we're gonna die before we even respawn. Maybe. You know. But I've got a good feeling about this run. Maybe we'll get to, like, you know, right here and then die. There we go. Oh my god. No, no, no! I ruined it! New best 91%. Oh, I ruined it. That's right, you have to skip that blue one. Ah. Oh man, I forgot. I forgot what happened at that part of the level. But we got through the this sort of ping-pongy one right there at like 90%. So that's good. That's good. A little bit of an improvement is good. Well, actually, I mean 3% at this point. You say you thought I was going to do it? You know, I just forgot that fake one was there. And, well, if you forget that that blue one on that little thing is a fake orb, well, it's always going to get you. You say that's a sign I can do it? Yes, I think so too. We're getting decent consistency at that sort of post-big ship cube part. And that, I mean, that takes the total up to basically 80% of the level that's a solid segment, you know, although I make my silly mistakes, you know, it's not like I'm expecting to die 9 out of the 10 times we get there anymore, although I might do it again, you know. Don't threaten me with a compliment. That was clumsy, yeah. So there, my mistake was, normally I, like, hit the wall and or like, safely the ground, and then I use that to, like, feather through the thing, and then it's like an input and a drop-off, but I didn't have my normal angle going in there, which was my fault. My normal route through the small ship part involves always riding along the ground in a couple of sections just to get a very regular angle of entry, because, you know, if you're like straight flying across and then you need to dip, like, that could go differently a lot of ways, just, you know, which, nice, great, awesome, fantastic, just what I needed to do, run directly into it. Yeah, I figure, I mean, 91%, you still got a little bit of obstacles, but the last 5% or so of the level is essentially free, so we're real close. That was real close. We were skirting the bottom of the chassis there pretty clearly, but ended up living through it all the same. There we go. Alright, one more time with feeling. No, no, no. I forgot to buffer it. Terrible. You really got a buffer going through that loop. I'm a guy who never buffers, but that's one where if you don't do it, you probably just die. Oh, okay. I don't even want to say oh well about that one. That's just like a no. Whatever. What? Okay. Clearly I've become, you know, disentangled from the game in a way that makes me just die to really careless obstacles now. All right. No, 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 no. How could I do that after all this time? After like 1,000 times of getting there. Maybe not that many. After 500 times of getting there. I sort of vaguely remember like my very early Clutterfunk attempts and like setting up a practice mode thing there by the ball and being like, I don't even understand anything that's going on here. And now it's like a very logical and sort of calm part of the level, even though I've just died there, you know, due to incompetence. Whenever I'm at the ball section, I don't think, oh, game face, you know. I think like, oh, okay, the part that I like. But I crashed again. That's not perfect. Unimportant though. By the time I finished processing my grief about Sir Green Blockington dying, he is already back to life and charging forward, hoping to explode in a different way. Unfortunately, with me squiring him around, many of his deaths are in the same places, by the same manner, and with the same amount of practical purpose behind them. Poor little guy. This just sort of reminded me of like Time Machine or Cycles, where like I'd probably have to play him another 1,000 times to beat him. I think after I finally beat Clutterfunk, it would like I still would be no better at the level. It would take me just as long to beat it again. Maybe that's not true. You know, one interesting facet of being a human being is that the way that you remember the past is, you know, tragically disconnected from what's going on. Say, how am I not having a panic attack? You're having a huge panic attack just watching me. Well, you see, Liam, I don't get panic attacks while playing video games. I just get them out and about in my everyday life. There's nothing in my room that's trying to kill me. Just me, and that's like a suspended problem, right? I'm probably not going to kill me for a super long time. You know, like this ridiculous human heart might give out someday, but not today. I'm in good shape, you know. I'm in my prime. There aren't any cars. I'm very afraid of being killed by strangers due to like carelessness. Like I don't worry that somebody's going to shoot me, but I absolutely worry that some idiot in a truck is going to run me over while they're looking at their phone and I'll die for a dumb reason, like, you know, someone watching a video on the internet. I would really hate that. When I die 4,000 years from now, I want it to be, you know, for a good reason. Like the Garcia Marquez line goes, my only regret in dying will be if it is not for love. Whoops. But I guess to me, Geometry Dash is a game of failures that's only occasionally punctuated by success, right? Because this is what, like the 11th or the 12th level? So besides some customs that I've had, I've only beaten, you know, 11 levels of this game. Maybe 12. Blast processing is over on the side, yeah. So, you know, I guess I've only played it like 45 or 50 hours now, but you know, it's not a high rate of reward. So I just, you know, for 10,000 runs total, probably, you know, I've won 15 times, so it doesn't feel like I should expect it any time. Can't get my anxiety up over that. But I'm sorry, me being bad at video games is stressing you out. Ah. But yeah, it's really just because, like, I don't believe that any of these runs are going to convert. It's really only at the very end where I'm like, oh, it's actually the end of the level. And then I get like this wave of excitement, but really it's like, oh yeah, I never have to do that again. Now I can forget all the things that I have forgotten. Like, if you set me down in front of Jumper right now, I promise it wouldn't be pretty. Ah, well. You know, the ship part there is, it's delicate. You don't have a lot of room to make the wrong move at the wrong time, or the right move at the wrong time, or the wrong, you know, you can't do the one thing you're allowed to do in this game wrong, or you die, just like everywhere else. I'm not really differentiating that section of the game by any other section. You know, the one with the thing where you press a button and then you die because you're bad. It could be a lot of places. Hey Natasha, how's it going? I can't wave, but I'm figuratively waving. I suppose I could take my left hand off of the controller, but I bet without its stabilizing influence, my right hand would grow listless and confused. And poor Sir Green Blockington would suffer for it. We got to 91% earlier. No! I needed a little bit more there. Whoops. But anyway, there's your wave. But I saw this game in my Steam library. I think I might play it next. It's called Metal Hellsinger, and it's like you're like a demon walking around in the hells, and it's like a shooter, but it's a rhythm, a music game. Ah, I crashed. It's like a rhythm music game, and the more that you like attack your enemies with the rhythm, like the louder and more intense the metal music in the background goes, and it's just very, you know, like very hardcore looking from what I saw in, you know, the little Steam playthrough thing. I guess I got it in Humble Bundle at some point, but I might play that. It seemed fun. Your best is like 49 on Deadlocked. Is Deadlocked a first-party level, or is that a customed one? I've seen the name, but, you know, there's a lot of the... Is that one that's like one of the keys, or the coin-locked levels? Because I know Club Step is one of them. And that's like the first one you get, I guess. Whoops. Well. Okay. I might need to get a new cord. I might need to get a new controller, but I don't know which one to get. And decision paralysis. You know, that's my problem. I hate advertising like a lot. This will come up in my conversations, so sorry if you've heard it all before. But I hate advertising a lot. But because of that, I don't have like psychological priming to want to buy one brand over another. You know, like that hasn't worked on me. So then when I look at like what I want to buy, I can't figure it out because they haven't tried to manipulate me, or they've tried, but I haven't let them. And then I end up not buying anything at all, which is basically a company's nightmare. Is a person who wants to buy a product they sell, but who can't figure out if they want that product or not, and who just walks away without spending money. And they're like, maybe if we spend more money on advertising, well, it won't reach me. I would literally rather die than watch a bunch of ads. Oh, Natasha, you said it to Metal Hellsinger. Okay. But yeah, I had seen it and I was like, that looks pretty cool. Right, you just read the rest specifications, but see, that's the problem, because there's more than one option, right? It's not like a can of beans where I can figure out, you know, like, this is 8.3, you know, cents per ounce, and, you know, this one's 8.9, so I should buy the cheaper beans because they're all beans. There'll be like three things that do the exact same thing, and I'm like, which one am I supposed to get? And they're all the same, so I just get none of them. I'm so bad. I've probably related this before too. Like, once whenever I was a teenager, I bought sunglasses that didn't even fit my head. They were like too small. They like physically hurt me and pressed in on my skull because I couldn't figure out what I wanted to buy, and my friends were like, just pick one. So I just literally grabbed a pair and put them on, and they were like for a person with a small skull, and I've got this massive skull, right? Like, they could put my skull in a museum and be like, this was a person who is not a human. This is an aberration. It's not that big of a skull. I don't know my hat size. If they're the same, buy the cheaper. Yeah, but maybe it's cheaper for a reason. Like, I've been trying to buy a microphone for like 5 months. I actually did buy one, and then the order got canceled. And then afterward, I was like, maybe that wasn't the right one to buy, so I didn't reorder it. Because you get a microphone, and then you need to get a boom mic stand, and then it's like, do you get like the cheapy ones or the medium ones or the good ones? Certainly not like the really good ones. I'm not made out of money. But and then, you know, after asking all those questions, I just don't get one. I'm like that with everything. I was gonna get, they're called pizza stones. It's like a little stone slab you put in your oven for cooking pizzas on, you know, pretty descriptive term. But I couldn't figure out which one I wanted to get, so I just didn't get one. It happens to me a lot. Wow. I guess I just stopped looking. But yes, where did we get off that tangent? Ah, yes, controllers. Yeah, I want to get another controller because this one's like maybe not great. But then like I look and I know, you know, there's always been like the cheapy ones, but now apparently there's like $150, $200 gaming controllers, and you know, I haven't been in the market for that recently. You know, I'm a mechanical keyboard guy, but now I'm playing a lot more games on controller, and I suspect that this gamepad is why I die sometimes in Celeste. I'm not saying it is, but the other day I swear that my hand was totally just on left, and it did up left on me. And sometimes if you hold left kind of hard, you can see that it looks like up is being depressed a little bit. And it would definitely be worth like $100 billion for me to have not died that one time in Celeste. Oh, it got under my skin. Not really, I just immediately kept on cracking at it and then eventually got the strawberry. But you can imagine what it would be like if I got mad. No, I already quit Celeste the one time. I don't want to be dramatic about it again. I'm so glad I came back to it. Oh no. But that's, you know, that's the beauty of the internet. I was roadblocked in Celeste in a way that without a comment I would definitely not have been able to get forward. Like the good old days of NES games where you could soft lock yourself by, like, you know, accidentally selling an item or something. I guess it's not just NES games, but of that era. I crashed again. Like, you know, you play Skyrim and you have a quest item, it won't let you sell it, it won't let you drop it, blah, blah, blah. Dude, the games back in the day, it could be like, this you need to open the door, and if you, like, drop something on the ground, it's gone forever, it'd let you drop it. They're like, whatever, we're not protecting you from yourself. If you want to never be a hero, that's alright. New best on Deadlock 54, Grazio. You getting there quick. You'll be victorious in no time. What? Alright, I guess I just leveled out too early there. I really thought you could feather the input for one press there at any point and level out enough, but I guess you can certainly do it too early. You only need one press there when you're coming over the top to level out to the ground. And then you just ride on the ground for a bit, and then you hold the press up, and then it's sort of like a, you know, a thing you do in the ship if you don't die. You just drive it without dying. I haven't demonstrated this concept very well recently, but trust me, you'll know it when you see it. Okay. Are there, like, parts of the ship that... I don't know. I guess I need to know what the ship's hitbox is. Because there are certainly places where I feel like I have skirted those stars. Ow. And then got killed by the same, like, part of that star, but it could just be where my hitbox is at. Like, maybe, you know, the tips of the ship are different than the center. Maybe they're vulnerable and they don't look like they should be, because they don't look like they exist because of the curvature of the rocket. I don't know. I do know that I am doing real bad at this level compared to earlier. Sure, whatever. The hitbox of the ship is the square at the middle. Ah, that would explain it. It's like, I was sure that I have, like, trimmed the very tips of those stars with the ship before, but it makes sense that you can sort of fudge the numbers a little bit there. Alright. Now, with tremendous focus... Amazing! I failed to do the simplest jump in the whole game. great. Man, I'm so bad at this. Well, you know, in my dreams, I saw myself beating Clutterfunk. I was like, oh, I'm winning the House Cup. But, you know, it didn't happen. That wasn't really what I dreamed about. First of all, I don't remember. I suspect that my dreams are never good dreams, because I always wake up, you know, drenched in sweat and feeling like I've just had a heart attack. But, you know, what are you going to do? Wake up and not beat Clutterfunk, apparently. So those lines there, you can, if you time it right, which I didn't, you can just casually go through. Man, I shouldn't be dying at any of these places. I should be getting to 80%. What? I should be getting to 80% every time, I said, before running to a stationary little pinwheel with literally nothing else around it. Incompetence. You got deadlocked to 73, Liam? That's awesome, dude. Hello, Coleman. How are you? All right. Thank you for your good luck wishes. We got to 91% earlier. Well, we'll get there eventually. No, what? How could I have failed the button press that bad there? I have never failed the button press that bad there. It doesn't matter, it's in the past. Alright, let's keep on going. Man, I can't believe that. Anyway, if you're a long or medium time viewer, you might recall me saying that big ship part is a total gimme, just like basically automatic. You can't die there, I would have said. Man, I can't... I don't even know how I did it that wrong. I mean, I have died in that section before, but like very, very rarely. Well, okay. Normally, I do well in the ball section there, but not then. This is what, probably attempt 2200 or something like that. All right. No, are you joking? Yeah, 2300, 2296. I mean, a bunch of those would have been on practice mode. But, yeah, I'm not very good at the game. You may have noticed that by the way that I'm not beating the level, but I'm not very good. I guess we died there this time. Amazing. Yeah, I thought originally, 1,000 attempts ago, I thought it would take like 5,000 attempts to beat the level. Now it's looking like maybe like 3,000. I did it again. Maybe 50,000 at this rate. If I keep running into introductory pinwheel while complaining. So, you know, probably like 100 of the deaths are like, you know, just statistical noise that happened because of me, you know, creating noise. Yeah, you're right, Natasha. Let's change the name of the thing to practice. Whoops. Anyway. Fun thing about me setting checkpoints is I basically die every time I do, but that doesn't matter. You know, because you got your checkpoint. I just figured out with a small ship that you can bash the ceiling in those specific parts, and then that'll, when you get to the very center of the structure, that'll be your timing to go down. Whoops, I forgot that was gonna flip you there. Whoops. I'm so bad at this game. So for like every time I get through, every like 100 times I'll die like 80 times right here, right? right here, which should be the easiest jump to make. I'll just, like, totally boneheaded move it. Oh, we got that on the wrong jump. The coin path is probably safer in the long run, not really. The fake one. That's where I died earlier. I forgot to jump again. Yeah, I just, it's gonna take me a couple thousand more attempts to beat this level, isn't it? Because even with relatively consistent early segments, I'm still only getting here once every 20 runs, right? Something like that. And then I'll, like, hit that at the bad angle, and then, you know, that's 20 more. I'll do that somehow. I didn't even know you could die there. So you just put here in the button, you can tell him someone, yeah, my hands are sweating now. It's like, when I play the full level, there's enough of a rhythm to it where it's like, I don't get mentally locked up in these segments, but practice mode, it's just like the same failure over and over with no respite. It feels much more like I'm failing at a task than that I'm, like, losing a life in a video game. So unfortunately for me, anxiety often manifests as, you know, irritability, if not to say anger, which also does. Sigh. Because it's like, I guess in some way, in a very big way, coming back to practice mode here is just admitting defeat anyway. And then I'm like, just doing so bad at it. Like, if I've really done this 50 times and not gotten through it, then what's the hope, you know? I was doing better converting whenever I was doing full runs, but that doesn't mean that this isn't a good idea. It's just I'm not doing very well. I didn't even know you could die there twice. I knew you could die there. I have now done 10,000 attempts total. So there you go. I failed 10,000 times. I think this screen got a notification. There's your achievement. Ouch. I don't know if there's one for dying more than that. Perhaps I'll find it someday. Sure. Okay. Alright, so there's that. Let's just do that 10 more times with our eyes closed. Alright, there's 2. There's 0 again. Three. Dying to dumb obstacle again is dumb. 4. She say playing competitive games helps your anxiety. When I played Halo competitively, I felt no anxiety at all. And me and my friends, we played Halo at like a pretty high level. But yeah, no anxiety at all. But that was just like, you know, we were more like, you know, like sportsmen at that point in Halo. You know, we okay. Daydreaming about being good at a game and doing terrible here. But no, it was like we were so good and so practiced at Halo that there wasn't room for anxiety in it. You know, you just went out there and did what you knew you could do. I should become a League of Legends streamer. People would get so mad at me. It would be like, you're bad at the game on purpose. I'm like, no, I'm just bad at the game. And then they would report and ban me for being bad at the game. I know that can happen. I know you can be bad enough to get in trouble. And I bet it would happen to me. If that was a thing in Geometry Dash, I think What? I hate that thing. Its shadowy tendrils are much bigger, and, you know, I'm not even playing right anymore because I'm complaining about it. Its shadowy tendrils are much bigger than they ought to be. I could be a mono champion with some weird champion. Yeah, you know, that's always a good hope. You know, you gotta have a gimmick, right? If you can't be good, you can at least be annoying. Well, thought we'd go for the coin path there by accident. Didn't work out. So for 85 attempts, when we have a cheat code to bring us to the end of the map, we've only converted 3. Yep, it might be like 10,000 before we do this. It might be like 15,000 before we beat this map. Right, you can do that wrong, and I did. I'm just getting worse and worse. The longer I play, the worse I get at the game. If I would have quit the first day I played, I bet I could have beat Tidal Wave. I don't know how I screwed that one up. I think I just hit the blues at a bad timing. Like, hit the last one a little late. Oh, I accidentally got rid of the checkpoint. That's alright, we'll just casually show that I can't do this part anymore. Yeah, almost there, except I die, like, what, 10% of the time on that little window there? Or by running into the little spike there? Or by not hitting orbs, or by jumping into the thing. Man, I'm so bad at this. Oh, I don't know. Those early ones barely count, because I'm not, like, really oriented to where on the screen I am. But they do count, you know, in that they are numbers that get accumulated. And then at the end, whenever I'm like, I took 800,000 attempts to beat Clutterfunk, people will just be impressed. And be like, well, I'm not even mad. That's impressive. I can't believe you're 40,000 years old. I crashed. Well, you know, you better believe it. Okay, sure, we'll just fail to jump there. I swear I did, but, you know, my death clearly says that I lied. Oh, I forgot to jump again. I think sometimes I'm just, like, accidentally holding down the button and it does good things, and other times I die from it. And I've never been able to tell which is which. Okay, don't know if I died there before. I don't... Why can't I do that? It's because you have to fall and then immediately jump right after, but if you jump too early, you die. I know that's why. I'm speaking more, you know, figuratively. Like, why am I the way I am? Why do my myriad deficiencies compound upon each other? Why have I now totally degenerated into being able to not pass the simplest of obstacles? Practice mode does that, though. It just, like, melts your brain away. It's so much more brutal than playing the real levels, I guess, unless you're dying at the beginning of a level. Because you're supposed to have, like, a whole minute and a half before you see these same things again. Your brain is, like, already primed to accept that these are late in the level and there's a lot of stuff before them, and instead, like, that's all a lie. It's like, nope, right back to it, right back to it. No pacing, no preparation, just right back to this, which is, of course, not how the game is. But theoretically, I'm supposed to be getting better by doing these practices. I don't believe it. I think it's just that, well, I'd be this bad for longer. You know, instead of only taking 150 reps through here to still not improve, it would take 2,000 more attempts to get me here to still not improve. So this is like accelerating me not being good in a noticeable way. And then you can just run into a wall there, I guess. Or there. Or there. Sure, whatever. Right. So to sum up, all of the little sections with the up-down blocks and the constrained stuff here, we're never going to do those well, right? All we can do is get repetitions and then we'll fluke through. Like these little things, we're just going to die there a lot. We're never ever going to learn how the timings work. But if we just bash through, we can do it. The orb sections we're fine with. The triple blues, the fake orb. And again, we're never going to stop doing stuff like jumping into that obstacle or ever learn how to play certain of these parts right. But if we just play like 1,500 times, it won't matter. I think we can, because there's only, what, 3 of those little sections, right? There's this one, and then the other one down there. So we only have to, you know, if we can get through one of them 10% of the time, yeah, we just need to get here 1,000 times. So yeah, like maybe 100 or 150,000 attempts and we'll be able to do it. But of course, some of those are collapsed into these repeated failures on the triple spike there, you know, so maybe 1 billion. I'm never gonna beat this. I can't even beat it on practice mode 4 times. And like, what good is the practice mode doing to me? All I'm doing is practicing how to die in dumb ways. I think I hate practice mode because even if you do well, it doesn't matter. Like, this is the most pointless exercise because even if I get through, it's like, oh, yay, I got through. I still have to keep playing the level. And I'm not getting better at it. I'm very clearly not getting better at it. Because if I just hadn't fallen for the fake blue orb, I might have beaten it earlier. Nope, because I would forget to hit the yellow one. this game anymore. Oh, whatever, I'll keep doing it. Hi, Lola. Not in a good mood today. I am discouraged about my abilities. I was in a fine mood, and then I picked up this game, and now it's lousy. I'm trying not to talk. I did a really good job of not talking for a while. It's the best thing to do if you have feelings, is not to express them. This isn't advice for other people, it's just advice for me. Other people seem to have like rich, fulfilling, and rewarding lives related to expressing their emotions, but every time I have ever expressed the way that I have felt, I have suffered for it. If only the deep sense of personal shame that I feel for expressing myself. It's ridiculous human body and its ridiculous human emotions. But perhaps I will be able to leave all of them behind one day. Turn into a stone or a tiger, I don't know, something. Something very old or very endangered. Too weird to live, too rare to die. So, thanks to the practice mode, we're now at 2,500 attempts. Yeah, my heart just isn't in this. I think the most interesting thing about this level is how it's managed to make me, like, discouraged and depressed in the space of 45 minutes. And the day had been so promising. But there's nothing like seeing how inadequate you are to really, bring you back down to earth and say, hey, you're really not so much of anything, are you? You can't even beat this level on Geometry Dash, and you've really tried. Indeed, Natasha. You know, Buddhism teaches us that existence is the source of suffering. And furthermore, that desire is the vehicle through which we experience it. And with those precepts, I suppose we could observe that my desire for fulfillment here is tied to, you know, my ideas of success. And thus I suffer, you know, because of wanting this arbitrary thing. However, one thing about philosophy is it can't pull you out of a hole that you've already dug with a real shovel and not a philosophical shovel. Fortunately, we've only dug this hole with Mr. Greenblock, who we've already established suffers long, learns nothing, and is not capable of filing a complaint against me for unfair cube-related practices. Come on. Come on. No! How could I have not hit it? Oh well. Yeah, Ivory Beats, you say it gets that way. You know, I think the real release is in knowing that you don't have to play that level again. That's like the real joy. Whenever I beat like Jumper, I remember that's how I felt. I was like, yes, finally. This is before I used practice mode. When I was playing Jumper, I played it 1,083 times, and I remember thinking, oh, thank everything. Now I never have to be here again. Although I might need to go collect coins someday, which probably take me another 1,000 attempts to beat Jumper. As you can see, I'm not very good. Oh boy. What's that, Ivory Beats? You think I'm better than most people at this game? Well, maybe, but I think most people don't play it. I must go with my perseverance. Well, thanks, you know. But being a hard and steady worker is a good character trait. It's like my father helpfully told me whenever I was a child. Look, people aren't gonna like you, so the least you can do is work hard. He didn't say it like that, but it's what he meant. Some people are like, man, your parents really told you people weren't gonna like you? Look, do you think they wanted to lie to me? I mean, sure, about, like, God and stuff they wanted to lie to me, but not about whether or not people were gonna like me. That was gonna be real obvious when I went to school that it wasn't gonna happen. I've never been too sensitive about it, though. I don't have, like, a super high opinion of people in general, or often of people in the specific, so it doesn't bug me too much that they don't like me either. Although sometimes specific people not liking me is very hurtful, but it's usually, you know, like, people I used to date. Oh, and then we crash to the wall again. Fantastic! But yeah, no, I certainly think there's something to be said for never giving up. But as I observed early in my Geometry Dash play, the fact that the game moves you forward in like a standard level, you know, at a standard rate, and all you do is the input, it makes failing easier, because you're not like, hey, did I need to move up or down or left or hit A, B and start or hold reset when I turn the power off. It's just like, okay, I clearly needed to be somewhere and hit some button, and I'll just figure out what that somewhere is. No matter how hard it is, you know, you're going on a rail, so you just have to figure out how to succeed there. And I find that structure very appealing, because, like, the frustration of, like, maybe I'm not doing that right isn't there. It's like, hey, I knew what I was supposed to do there. I was supposed to not drive the rocket ship into the wall. And you might be thinking, did you need to Did you need to know that? Wouldn't you just know not to do that? Well, apparently not. Apparently not. Oh, well, I should have jumped there. That would have been better. Wow, okay. I don't want to make excuses, but I'm about to. I think I would play slightly better if I were able to use a mouse, but it makes my hand go numb way too quick. Like, I can play for like 5 or 6 hours probably with my thumb on the controller, but I can't play for like 30 minutes with the mouse without my nerve problems rearing their ugly head. But, I mean, like I said, I don't want to make excuses, although I'm about to. It's not like being able to play with the mouse would make me a better Geometry Dash player. It would just make my precision a little higher for some parts. But I often don't die to precision parts, right? I die to, timing or choices, but not like I needed to make 3 clicks, 10 frames apart or whatever. There's only a few times where I'm like, man, this is almost a little too fast for my thumb to do it, but I bet as I go further, I'll definitely wish for the speed of my mouse clicking, but alas, you have to play with the human body that you have. And mine has, very expensive hands that still don't function properly. But, no disrespect to my surgeon who gave me my life back. He never said I would be able to click furiously. He just said that my hands would work again, and they do. So, big ups. Bowen Hartley Orthopedics, you're the guys. If you need carpal tunnel surgery and you're in Arkansas, they'll do you right. I'm not being paid to promote them, I'm just a fan. Every time I make cookies or a loaf of bread or pick up a controller or open a water bottle or grab my car keys and my hand doesn't go numb and I can live my life like a normal person, every time I tie my shoes or can carry a bag in my hands, I think, man, what a good bunch of doctors they were. So, anyway, my hands were very expensive. I'm happy to have them. I don't mean to slander them, especially not right here where they can hear me. There's like so many aspects of my being I would cut off to keep my hands. One ear, easy. Nose, definitely. I can barely smell. Left foot, barely use it. Don't need to be in that movie with Daniel Day-Lewis. He's already got the part. Right foot, easy, But my hands, y'all don't even know. Not unless you have had, you know, uh, a disability sort of prop up in your life unexpected. Not that, well, I mean, carpal tunnel was sort of like one, but, gradually and then suddenly I couldn't do any of the things that I loved to do. That was real hard on me. I shouldn't keep talking about it. What a bummer. These are health problems that are in the past. I had surgeries, and they were quite successful. And I bounced into the wall. Amazing! Would never have been able to do that without my perfectly functioning human hands. Well, near perfect. They're fine. They're nice and strong again. They just go numb sometimes with repetitive motions or vibrations. So like I can't have a rumble pack and a controller on. Which is really rough in a game with like fishing, You need to be able to feel the fishing rod jerk, but you can't. gotta look at the screen the whole time. That's not peaceful fishing. The point of fishing is that you get to look around, not at the rod the whole time. Say your hands creep up a lot playing the game. Do you play with a mouse, or do you play like with a controller or keyboard? Or so people have told me they play with like the keyboard, but I'm just like, man, I used to play World of Warcraft, and I can't jam, you know, my fingers down that much. So carpal tunnel, it's the transverse ligament of your wrist presses down on the medial nerve, which innervates like those fingers in your hand, but I think not the thumb. So it's like these three fingers here, and then like half of the small one, and so anything that involves those fingers moving around a whole lot can aggravate it. It's also like I'm streaming, so like I'm in this chair playing for a while, and it's easier to, you know, lean back and do stretches and whatnot when you can just carry a controller in your hand. Here, I'll hold my hand up to the camera and die to show you what hand I mean. How useful. I could use a controller and the keyboard, like that scene in NCIS where they have two people on one computer keyboard trying to, you know, do computer hacker stuff. An iconic scene in very, very bad writing for the screen. I think it's still fondly remembered today as some of the silliest television that's ever been put on a network in the modern era. Alright. Enhance. Nope. Terrible. I really thought we were going to get a little further that time and then die at like 80% again. It was not to be. What? What? Not just to say you see this all over TikTok with that ugly cat. I'm afraid I don't understand the reference, but I'm sorry if that annoys you. I'm sure you don't mean that you see me all over TikTok. I'm not on there. And if people are putting me on there without my knowledge, that is surprising. And upsetting, unless it's me playing video games, in which case, sure, go nuts. But it better not be a picture of me out in my everyday life. As I tell people, I don't use a smartphone, so I don't know how to delete a video from your phone, so I'll do it with a hammer. No, those videos you see online of a person in public literally assaulting someone and stealing their phone and throwing it in a river because they like were annoying them and got in their face. That's me. I mean, not really. As my own attorney, I advised that that's just a joke, and I would never, in a legally actionable way, take someone's property. But whenever I see those, I'm like, yeah, they got it what they deserved. You shouldn't be, you know, taking pictures of videos of strangers in public. That's not right. No, I missed it! New best, though. It's gonna go, what, 96%? Yeah. Oh, I can't believe it. The obsidian moment, Natasha. You made an early Minecraft where I hit the obsidian with a stick. Well, you know, it's further than we've ever gotten, and it's very promising, right? Because it's right there at the end. We got through the fake orb, didn't we? I think we got through the fake orb. Yeah, we'll get it. Our beginning segments are starting to get what I would call, like, very high consistency, in spite of the dumb deaths. You know, the small ship, we're starting to get through there basically every time. 70 to 85 is getting tighter. You know, don't pay attention to the fact that I just ran right into that thing. Like the person sitting before you that just fell into that pit is saying to you with confidence, I bet I could beat this level. But hey, 96% new best. Sure, you and I and everybody else knows that that 96 meant that we flew into space for 4%, but it doesn't matter. It's on the count. It also means that there will not be another new best until the end of the game, because I'm pretty sure 97 to 100 is just in that little staggered free stair step down. But maybe this will be the run. That word, if you didn't catch it, was a clever combination of one and run. So maybe this will be the run. Nope, it won't. I died in my best segment to, you know, stupidity and carelessness. As we have died, sadly, too many times before. You see, in Geometry Dash, there's a thing you can do. And if you do it, you die, and I did that. And that thing is called the wrong input. There's a lot of ways to be right, but there's far more ways to be wrong. Oh no! How was I off by that much? I flattened out way too early there. You can tell by the way I flew into the wall. No, I basically feel like any run that gets to 70% has a good shot of completing at this point. Because, you know, I'm not getting any better at that 70% post part, but if I just don't hit the fake orb, you know, eventually we'll just get through there. I totally could have done it earlier if I hadn't, you know, the fake orb. I was so Johnny on the spot with it too. Okay, or I could die there again. Maybe it's gonna be 15,000 attempts. Because for every time I say my consistency is getting better, I die 8 times in a really dumb way at the beginning, which, I mean, that's consistency too, but that's just the same consistency as I've had since I started the game. Consistent lack of performance. But you know, every run in your history of 2,600 Clutterfunk runs is another opportunity to turn it all around. Unless you're going for a wall in the ship and you can't correct in time. And I went horizontal flying instead of skirting on the ground, and it screwed up my velocity, because I don't do that in that section, and yet I did. The reason I don't do that there is because I die when I do. So I guess I could say that I do it a lot of times. I just die. You know, I'm not a very good pilot. If you get an experimental rocket ship and I show up wearing a little pair of aviator goggles that are blue, with a big green hat on. Don't let me fly. Like, it's just gonna end up on the news. Get somebody else that's more qualified. Alright. I can't believe I just did that. Oh my god. Because I think we've done that specific section on practice mode like literally 500 or 600 times, and I still won't ever do it right regularly. Not in practice mode or in this mode. I do know exactly what I have to do, but have you ever known what you had to do and then not done it? And I don't mean like your homework. I mean matter of life and death. Like, if Mr. Green Blockington was gonna die, literally die, for a brief period of time, if you didn't do something right, would you do it right? I wouldn't. I would do it wrong. And this poor Joker would die again. That's why I shouldn't be allowed to control the universe. I shouldn't be allowed to control the fate of Mr. Green Blockington, but it's too late for him now. He's locked in here with me. All right. Come on. 2 more obstacles, and there you have it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being pleasant. For me defeating Clutterfunk. It feels so good. It feels so good. The only real thing needed to fly is a mustache. You know, I'm closer to having one again. You know, if I got rid of the beard, it would be a little dirty stash, but there we go. It's over. Clutterfunk complete. 100 normal, 100 practice, 2,582 attempts. And they said it couldn't be done. Next level, theory of everything. Our chat's very own Natasha. Her favorite level. And now it is time for us to do it. Let's put it on practice mode. And, you know, just to do checkpoints eventually, since I'm not going to be getting too much further. No, let's put it on regular mode to try to get further for a bit. I mean, no point in having it on practice mode if we can't get to, you know, 20%. Okay. Right. Oh, okay. Sure. Right. Why? Okay. Do I need a buffer after that? Probably. Yes. Whoops. Your favorite is Theory of Everything 2. That's right. Wow, I didn't... Okay. So yeah, underneath, and then we got to stabilize for a straight fly there, it looks like. Well, not like that. Why can't I do that? Oh, it's because those things do it very quickly, and I wasn't anticipating the speed of the vertical reorientation. It's not like an orb is, it's much faster than an orb. Unless blue orbs are that fast, and it's the other orbs that aren't, which seems now that maybe that's the case. And I'm doing something very wrong there. And there. Okay. Sure, I don't know what's going on there, but sure. Speed only depends on how close they are, no speed variation, okay. Maybe it's that it's like changing the gravity, so I'm falling towards it in addition to being pushed, I don't know. Or like it's pushing me in the direction, I'm used to the orbs pushing me against the direction that we're falling. What? I thought I was doing that right. I mean, I clearly wasn't, you can tell by the way I died. What? Oh, you gotta fall there. Okay, I get it. I get it. What? Oh. I'm like, I don't know what's going on there. It's spitting you downward. Got it. This is a cool level. This is a really cool level. It's a little hard to, you know, visually figure out what's going on, but, you know, once you get a few reps in... Oh no, my... What? No, no, no! I'm stuck! Anyway, maybe if we unplug the controller, plug it back in. Nope! Alright. Having some input troubles. Alright, we're back in business. This thing's so crummy. But, you know, I didn't even buy it. I got it from my brother. It's old. How old? Does it have a date on the back? No. But it is like a PlayStation 4 controller. Apparently it says it's wireless, but I don't believe it. I'm not going to figure out how it works in any case. I know that when the wire falls out, it doesn't work anymore. I wanted to get like a Steam controller because I remember they had like a weird controller a few years ago that I thought was interesting, but then I guess they discontinued it and you can't get them anymore, so I'm not going to get one of those. Sure. Okay. The good news is that ship part, even though I'm dying on it, I don't think it's hard, right? I think it's quite simple. You know, you just go down here, bash the roof down here. Okay, I died there again, but my point is that it's a very simple thing. It's not a high complexity part. Just like none of this is hard either. I'm just dying on it because I'm bad. But one day, if I decide to wake up and not be bad, this will be easy enough to do, right? You just slalom through there. Okay, I thought one press was enough there. I guess you need 2 quick presses to flatten out there. Oh, I was like, I didn't know what was going to happen there. Clearly, if I understood the portals, I would have been like, oh, it's going to reverse the gravity of the roof. But I was just like, yeah, and then we'll go straight. Okay, well, let's go to practice mode now, since I think we've done this early segment enough, you know, for the now. I don't foresee it being a big problem as we go forward. What? Oh. Middle path, and then you gotta go, like, right there. Got it. And not jump there. Alright, through the portal, through the portal, drop 1, 2 presses there in the middle, and don't jump, Everybody say new game mode? Yes, I have encountered that one though, because I've went to blast processing and geometrical domination. I jumped ahead, but yes, new game mode indeed. I didn't know this would be the first place for it, so I guess this is where you find it. But if it's a new game mode thing, then that means it should be an easier section. At least for a bit, just, you know, to teach you how the concepts go. I had been going just in order, but Clutterfunk, yeah, it broke me, and I was like, I'm not gonna do this, and then people were like, you should play one of the easier levels, you know, the blast processing or the geometrical domination, so I beat blast processing. I didn't beat geometrical domination. Oh, there you. I think I hit that orb. Just you're supposed to hit it at a weird angle, or maybe not hit it at all. We'll try to figure that out. Okay, yeah, we need to loop to the other side of it, you know, when we're sort of hitting the arc, and then hit the other side of the orb, I think. What I can say, though, is, you know, I keep dying here, but I think the first 40% is very doable, right? I mean, although I keep dying here. Because a lot of it gets eaten up in just this early ship part, which is not that complex, although, you know, I am dying in it. In this part, once you learn what to do, you know, it's not, you know, there's nothing hard going on here. It's just a bunch of gimmies, and then you get to go to like 40% or so here. And, you know, even though I died there, that part's easy too, right? Right. It's just that one jump at the end that might be a little tricky to hit. But that's You know, that's 40% of the level that's essentially fine. I already have, like, a decent feeling about it. Obviously, I'm not, like, backing that up with good play, but I've got a decent feeling about it anyway. We'll just move it a bit forward here. Am I supposed to arc all the way over that? We'll see. Oh yeah, you just missed that one. Oh, and then it's backwards ball mode. Got it. All right, so here you hit the first two, and then there you miss it. Go to ball. If I could stop hitting it, even though I'm not supposed to hit it, and I know I'm not supposed to hit it. Sigh. Oh, okay. That's an interesting part. A lot of the stuff was blue, making it difficult to parse, but I think we showed a pretty decent, you know, read of that ball situation, getting through there. Making fast progress on the level, I think. I mean, I know it's on practice mode, but... Well, fast progress, I say, messing up very elementary moves time after time. Well... Sure. You can definitely jump off that one too early, and that's what I was doing there. Need to wait for, like, the end of the ledge. That would have been better if I didn't die on it. Well, okay. Sure. In spite of this being a section I call easy, and that I think is easy, I sure am dying on it a lot. Like, a lot. Well, you know, maybe even easy sections need practicing. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on there. It's so visually hard to parse anything that's happening there because it's a bunch of blue orbs on top of blue objects. And... okay, and then it throws you up into space and you need to immediately react by going up, or you're not going to live in your UFO. Got it. Whoops. Okay. Because essentially all of this, I think, is pretty easy too. And there you just jam your hand down, and then here you just start flying. Well, that was a little too much, but you know. Yeah, unless this level gets real nutty at the end, I think we're gonna make quick work of it. But maybe not. You know, if I keep on hitting there, it's not really boding well for me saying, "Oh yeah, we're gonna beat the brakes off of this one. It's gonna go quick. You'll see. You'll all see." But here, yeah, you just jump and then you just jam your input down, and that's all it takes. And here you just start flying. All right, you need to fall like 2 blocks of falling before you go there. Got it. And I jumped too late there. All right. I feel really good about the ball section. I mean, I'll die there sometimes, sure, but I still feel good about it. All right, we started out there. Because the ball section is really just about visualizing, here's where you're going, here's what the inputs have to be, you know. I guess the whole game is that, but with ball, I think a lot of it trades on... Okay, so smaller and backwards there. Got it. All right, and our checkpoint is here. Oh, well, I didn't go the right way. You know, you have to go the right way. Still, I consider that a very promising series of practice runs. Well, even though I ran into the wall. Okay. Like I was saying, the ball section I'm good at. Probably move the checkpoint past this. I actually do feel very confident about the ball part. Alright, well, that's not a great checkpoint. It'll work, though. We'll just put it here. Even though that part's not tricky either, if you just realize you're supposed to button mash. There you get 2, drop 1, 2 here. It's easy enough to get in there, but that's just training you for this part. So now we've got this checkpoint. Alright, so we need to go up and then all the way down there. Got it. Alright. Skirting through there, probably not ideal. Underneath that one, all the way up. Straight drop. How do you get to that one? There's like a bumper down there underneath. Anyway, it doesn't matter. How am I supposed to do that? It's got a little star on it. Doesn't mean anything to me though. Okay, so I don't get that at all. I don't understand. Am I going the wrong way somehow? How can you go the wrong way in Geometry Dash? Okay, I just wasn't hitting them fast enough. Got it. And then it's just straight flying at the end. Oh, this level's not bad. I would call this level, I mean, totally fine, right? Yeah, let's just go try it on normal. What's the worst that could happen? Because really, I don't perceive any of those sections that we haven't already practiced as needing that much practice beyond this first part, which is honestly as tough as the rest of the level, isn't it? Because the little ship parts and the ship parts, they or not ship, UFO, I think is what people say it's called. I don't want to call it the wrong thing. Have the wrath called upon me. But those parts, they're not tricky. You just got to know what you're supposed to do, or you can't, you know, react in time. But it's not a lot of memory. Okay, we could just crash into that. That'll work. But I actually feel like pretty solid about almost every segment in the run, so it's just a matter of stitching them together. But this must have been why everybody said, you know, the levels after Clutterfunk are easier. Oh, well, you know, new best, 46%. I can't believe I didn't hit that, and yet I can believe it. Still, the ball section's good. We're good at the ball section. I'm going to take that one to Mr. Green Blockington's ball-shaped grave. Okay, apparently I'm going to fail there a few times because I get too excited. I was really like, I'm going to beat it right now. Nonsense. I mean, I don't think it's going to take 1,000 attempts. But I do think if I can't start getting through that ball part, which again, I think I'm good at, it's going to be a lot more than 10. But I would say in general, I haven't identified a single roadblock like I had in Clutterfunk. That there were a couple that were tricky. I feel like this level is just better to my style. You know, the sort of reactive play that I do in general is all right. There's less tricky upside down stuff, relatively. Like I said, I'm good at the ballpark. Why? I was thinking about being good. All right, new best, 55%. It should have been significantly higher. We should have gotten all the way through the level right there. Okay, you need to hit that orb early or you can miss it, I guess. Okay. What? How did I even jump that high? Whatever. We'll try to not do that next time. I don't understand how I jumped that high. Okay. Alright, all of the gains we made earlier are gone, and I'm bad at the level again. Nah. That part's not tough, even if I'm dying on it. It's just not. Alright, and now new best. Time to not die like a moron. Jam the inputs. Float up into space for UFO. Climb twice. Drop, jump, jump, jump. Straight through and up, and now we go over, under, over, under. Ah! All the way up, I was about to say, but we didn't. 76% still. A wonderful improvement. And honestly, you know, kind of a good feeling to be on a level for not that long and improve that much. Clutterfunk really did a number on my self-esteem as regards my feelings about my Geometry Dash talents, you know. That level should have been at the end of the insane ones. I crashed. I didn't even know you could die there. What a dork. I did that thing again. I guess you gotta jump earlier on the pillar. Whoops. Bad angle there. That ship part's such a breeze. I mean, I'll die there sometimes, but fundamentally it's one of the easiest ship parts I maybe have ever done. But it's probably just because I appreciate more, like, angle and arcing with the ship. What? I thought for sure you could bash your head into that. Maybe you can bash your head into the bottom of it, but not the side. Maybe the side is wall, but the top is safe ceiling. And there, I fail to do nothing, and that kills me. It is possible to do nothing wrong. Whoops. I gotta tell you though, I am so happy that I beat Clutterfunk. This level is definitely easier, and I am just so happy that I'm done with it. Bye, Ivory Beats. Thank you for your good luck wishes. Thanks for being around for the Clutterfunk victory. It's nice to have your company. Up into the air, and then another essentially free 11% or so, although you can die. New best. Oh no, I've how could I? 96%. I thought that was gonna be the run. I forgot we were gonna turn into a ship there. I thought we were turning into a cube again. Well, you know, we'll get there. 96%. A massive run of performance increases here, and I've got a good feeling about it. Even though I just fell again. Yeah, almost indeed. I'm not like a straight flyer, but like generally when straight flying is called for, I feel like I do okay on these segments of it, you know, this difficulty level. And they give you plenty of time to react. I just didn't react to being in a ship at all. I was like, wait, am I at the end? And, well, not quite. Not quite. When you get to the end zone, you gotta act like you've been there before. Alright, and now a couple free percentage gimme section. No, I did it again! I did it again! How could I do it again? Oh my god. 96%. I can't... I did it again. I was like, wait, what do I do now? I don't know what to do now. It's because we did that other part in practice a few times, but we only got to that ship part once, so I didn't like, you know, I don't remember that it's there. Maybe this time I just sat there. I just sat there and let the ship crash twice in a row at 96%. And now I'm dying at the beginning of the level, totally unable to prove that I think that I am this level's equal. I can't believe I didn't jump there. Hey, Not Never, how's it going? You beat Dash? Well, good for you. Yeah, I saw you left a comment on one of my other videos, but I haven't done my morning breakfast coffee routine where I go through the previous day's comments and respond or anything. As I say a lot, and you will no doubt recall, I don't use a smartphone, so I can't, like, respond to my YouTube comments while I'm on my break at work or anything. I guess I could bring my laptop to work, but I'm not going to. Ah, why did I not jump? I was looking at the bottom again, even though I know. Anyway, I'm certainly not behaving in these runs like a person who just got to 96% twice. Why? And you say you can't wait till I beat Club Step. You know, it may never happen, but it might happen someday. I didn't really think I was going to ever beat Clutterfunk, but, you know, people believed in me, put my shoulder to the wheel, and, you know, 2,700 attempts or whatever later. Why? Why? How am I just not playing? It's because I'm talking. I'm talking about my good feelings. Alright. Okay, not alright. Yeah, 96 two times. I died at the exact same place, and of course, 96 is not a hard part. I just turned into the rocket ship and crashed because I wasn't paying attention to what I was supposed to be doing. I, you know, hadn't been there very often, and I choked. Yeah, if I get to 96% again, you know, turn into that little rocket ship at the very end of the level, I hope I'll get through it. That last ball section's fine. The UFO before it is fine. Even that little cube, which I have a little bit of trouble on in the practice, I feel like we executed fine when we got there for the real things, so. So that was a bunch of segments that I don't consider to be, like, that individually challenging, which is probably, you know, why I got to 96% two times. Okay, got too excited there. I don't know how that didn't hit. Said he never played mainline levels harder than blast processing for a couple of years for some reason. Well, you know. The good thing about the game is that it, you know, gives you a wealth of custom material to go for. I could definitely see the appeal in not, you know, increasing the difficulty and just changing, you know, the dynamic of what you're doing, experiencing, you know, aesthetics, and you know, just having a fun time without being overly challenging. I can't believe I did that again. There's something to be said for not messing up on the ball part, which, may I remind you, I said I was going to do good at. I hadn't done that yet. Never died on the bottom one of those. Embarrassing, that's not the right word. Bad, that's the right word. Yeah, I honestly think those orbs at the beginning are the trickiest part of the whole level. Which, that's nice of them, you know, it's nice to front load difficulty, that way if you get past it, you've got the comfort of just needing to execute some nice, simple things. Oh, alas. And as you say, you wish people weren't so focused on getting the top stuff, and you think my streams are fun to watch. Well, thank you. I'm glad glad you're enjoying it. You know, people like what they like. It always is nice, you know, when people stop by, but I certainly don't expect that, like, you know, a lot of people are going to want to tune in to watch a beginner fail for forever, but I'm happy whenever anyone does. I know, like, I principally watch real-time strategies. Nowadays, it's mainly Warcraft 3. Yeah, after all this time, still Warcraft 3 and Total War Warhammer 3, which is at least a modern game. But, you know, I don't watch, you know, I just watch high-level tournament play, essentially, so I totally get it. You know, the excitement of watching a person perform at a high level is, you know, greater than the excitement of watching a person, you know, try to pleasantly perform at a medium level. I crashed again. Alas. But, I mean, I will say that Geometry Dash is probably my best received game in terms of, like, subscriber and, like, in general, like, viewership count. So when I stream at night, like, at a later hour of the day, I tend to get, you know, a handful more viewers. And I frequently don't have many at all, so, like, I'm not complaining, I don't mind. But I definitely have noticed that Geometry Dash attracts more viewers than all of the other stuff that I play. But I spend most of my time playing the other stuff. You ask if I've played the Nightmare. I have never played the Nightmare. That's like the one people say you should play for your first easy demon, right? You're saying, do we play the Nightmare if we beat this? Well, I mean, there's plenty of other mainline levels that are built by the game to play first. I mean, I guess we could move to customs at some point, but I've been liking, you know, the progression of the Rob Top levels and that kind of thing. I cannot believe I did that. That's super obnoxious. Yeah, Tasha, you say it's impressive how much people there are, and it's usually hidden because of copyright too. Yeah, that is crazy. I didn't even think of that. You know, if a lot of people are streaming using the copyrighted things, then there will be, you know, algorithmic stuff going on there, and all of that. But no, it's always cool when a game has a big community and it's been out for a long time. I feel like I've been playing a lot of those, you know, like, I mean, Celeste hasn't been out a long time, but there's still people very enthusiastically interested in it, it seems. I guess it's not surprising that Minecraft, you know, has a huge community still. It is, I believe, the best-selling single-player game of all time, so... And likely will remain in that distinction for a while. Alright. Now it's thinking time. Then we drop all the way down. Ah, I fell too far. Normally, if we get there, you know, it's just a hop, skip, and a jump, but unfortunately, those two yellow orbs that I died on, I think there's a lot of ways to get the timing wrong there. So on practice mode, I was having fits on that section for a bit. I actually thought that I was going to the wrong orbs somehow for a moment. Ah! Hi, Centaur. Sometimes I do level requests. Right now, we're just trying to focus on this level, though. I don't think I'll do any level requests in this stream. I normally just play the Rob Top levels. But I have played customs and stuff in the past. But I really want to beat this. I got to 96% twice, and if you've played this level, you know that's the easy part. And I did beat Clutterfunk earlier in the stream for the first time. Hopefully the only time. May fate prevent me from ever going back to Clutterfunk. But one of these days I want to have like a customs stream where I just play them for a while, but I just can't stand the idea of walking away from this level right now when I'm like so close to beating it I can taste it. Ah. Anyway, the ball section is my best. I can't prove it, but it is. You've done an Extreme Demon? That's crazy! I've seen them. Some Extreme Demons. I don't know if I've seen that one in particular. Alright, and then we'll get thrown up for UFO, easy mode. Alright, let us go then, you and I. No! I did it again! I don't know how I'm always hitting those orbs wrong. That's so obnoxious. Those orbs are tricky. I don't know why. I'm trying to just, hit them just like I do every orb when I run into them. And let me tell you, that doesn't work. This might be one of those circumstances where if I ever learned how to buffer properly, it would help. But I don't know how, and it's too late to learn. Wow. Into it, I just need to hit it like as soon as we run into it. Yeah. Don't get mad, set goals, be calm. Those are good advices for Geometry Dash and for life. My tips in Geometry Dash are, if you say loudly and publicly on the internet that you're going to quit the game and never play it again, then you can play better afterward. No, I don't usually go full salt mode. I do occasionally, linguistically shut down and just stop talking for a while. That's usually when I'm real mad. I have found in life that due to my expressive nature, it's often good if I don't express it whenever I am angry or upset in any way. As Marcus Aurelius points out in Meditations, how much more grievous are the consequences of anger than the causes of it. I died again there. Great! At the section I'm good at, but at least I have Marcus Aurelius to comfort me. I mean, unironically, though, I do love me some Marcus Aurelius. Longtime viewers will be quite familiar with my quotations of the Meditations of the man himself. Don't worry, there will be more. Say a lot of people playing the game just like actually get real mad. Let me tell you a story about my hardcore Minecraft world. It was day 343. Hardcore, and for the first time I was going to fight the Ender Dragon. I had never been there before. Not in any mode. And I went up. There's these crystals. They're called end crystals. They're explosive if you haven't played Minecraft. And I shot one at point-blank range with an arrow, killing me and ending my 343-day world forever. I died. And I didn't burn my house down or anything. I don't remember what I did. I probably said some variant of, oh. It's on video, though, so you could find it. But you know what in these times? Okay, please turn on again. Alright, here we go. Yep. You say you beat Minecraft and hardcore? Yes. And so have I, but not on that run. That was day 343 of that world. By far my longest hardcore Minecraft world. I've only been playing Minecraft since, like, June of last year. So not nearly as experienced as many people are. But then I got right back up, and, well, then I died in the next world, and maybe in the next world too, pretty quick. But the world after that, well, we're still alive and kicking. It's day like 380, I fly around with an Elytra. The Ender Dragon's skull and egg are on the wall of my house. The point I'm making is, don't ever give up. Say you're gonna quit the game because you accidentally kill one of your pets, sure, but don't ever give up. Alright, time for Gimme UFO part. Alright. I just missed that one. I think I pressed the button before I was even at the orb. I got too excited. Terrible. Ah. Don't ever give, yeah, another person. Well, you know, I both like giving up and I love giving up, but I also don't want to. I mean, you remember Natasha? You were there for House of Dirt, you know, hardcore video number 6, I think, you know, when we met Garuda and everything. You're the reason why Garuda got a name, if memory serves. It might have been Sid. I think it was you. And an iconic and an important thing. But, you know, we've died in a lot of hardcore worlds. But I didn't say, oh, I'm never going to do this again. I said, yeah, we can do this. Back to it. Really, it was because this kid at work, I probably shared this story. I don't work with him anymore, so I'm free to insult him. I thought he was a bit of a moron and not very good at anything, and he told me that he used to play hardcore Minecraft a lot, and that he was good at it, and I thought, if this useless sack of lard, who can't clean a dish or sweep a floor, can play hardcore Minecraft, then I can too. So I guess I have him to thank for it. Thanks, kid. Your mediocrity made my ascension possible. But no, when I first started hardcore, I mean, I couldn't live through the night, you know? I struggled to make a bed. All right. No, I didn't. What? No, I don't understand. That time I had the input. Did I hit the other orb too soon and it angled down sharply? I don't know. I don't know. I definitely thought I was hitting the input right there. But, you know, it could have been the one before it. Outrageous. I am not trying to buffer the orbs. I don't think I buffer a single thing on this whole level. There isn't anything that seemed like I definitely couldn't get away with it without doing it, and every time I try to buffer things, I'll just die. No, I barely even remember to, like, buffer a jump with the cube. If it's like 5 jumps in a row, I still barely remember to do it. Something about holding the button down makes me too stupid to let go of it. I looked away from the screen. Nothing else to say there. Yes, usually better to buffer, I agree. I'm not blaming you guys, I welcome your input. It is my fault for looking away from the screen in the middle of a run that I died there. I was like, I have free time, right? We're gonna go up into the sky, and then it was a longer message than I anticipated, and I kept reading it. And then I even thought about what I would say. And all of that happened whenever I died. Oh, yeah, sure. Well, you know, I was about to say, yeah, I've got decent consistency on this first part. I don't. I should try getting the coins. I don't. So the first coin is there. I don't know where the other ones are. Practice mode. I already did practice mode. Practice mode makes me like a very upset person when I've already done the level. Like, it's hard to describe. You would just have to witness it to be like, man, is this guy for real? How emotionally dysregulated is he? How many words does he know for being immature? Can you collect the coins in practice mode? Surely not. I crashed. Sindra, you say you're like a very accomplished player being here. You know, I get some of y'all sometimes. Every now and again, someone pops into the chat and like a whole bunch of the chat recognizes him. And I'm like, are you famous? And he's like, oh, shucks, only a little bit. A real bro, real gentleman. Before I did practice mode, because I was like just stressed out by it and stuff, dude like literally went and made me custom maps of the parts that I needed to practice because he believed in me. Ah, Bouncy, what a gent. And that was before I even knew he was famous. Moderately famous. Alright. Let's not die here again. Alright. Here we go. No, 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 I can't believe it. And the ball's my best form. I say that, I don't know if it is. It's my favorite one. Well, that's 2 96s and 193. Clean. Alright, let's do this. No, what? I don't know what I did there. I've never died there, and now I've died twice there. Am I supposed to not jump and just hit the bounce and then go into it? Probably. Anyway, like I was saying, I really think the ball is my best form as I proceed to die at 96, 96, 94, and 93. Still, it's better than not getting there. It's not like I'm, you know, hard stuck earlier. I'm stuck at the very end of the level, and I will be able to convert these segments one of these days. I mean, silly mistakes notwithstanding, we're showing what I would call moderately high consistency with these segments in the early thing, except for dying there. You died at 98% when you were 4? That's rough. Wow, that was a weird loop. What? No, how? I've never died there. I don't understand it. I jammed my hand on the controller all the time. Thanks for your beliefs in my ability to beat at that attempt, but unfortunately, we all know by now it was not to be. You know, it's funny, I think my worst form by far is the block. I don't really think that. I'm real bad with it. And I think at this point in the game, most of the other forms are put in to be theoretically easy segments that, you know, train you how to use them. Not these ball sections. These are, you know, intermediate. Alright, there we go. Easy UFO section. Slightly harder UFO section. Clean. Alright. No, I did it again! I can't believe I did that again. There's another 96. I'm the worst. I freak out with all the portals, but I guess you're supposed to start holding the input there, because if you don't, and you wait till you realize you're a ship, you're already crashing. Great. Amazing. Sigh. Like I said, you know, the cube's my worst one, not the ship that you've seen me die 4,000 times in. It's the cube that I'm bad with. If I die at 98%, that would be more satisfying. Because at least there I'd be like, okay, just fly straight through one more thing. When you die at 96%, it means there's nothing you could have done to do this right. You literally just screwed up so bad from the beginning of the portal that you can't even get to 97. Oh well. At least the level is pleasant, and I've got medium consistency on these early segments. You know, falling there notwithstanding. Because, I mean, you're always gonna, like, occasionally die on something easy, right? Right? Surely. Like right there, where we inexplicably don't hit the thing that would have kept us alive. I mean, for a little while. But I mean, what is this quintessence of dust to poor Green Blockington, who suffered so much? What? I don't understand. Did I jump over the thing? I must have jumped over the thing. Have I played Dash? I think I've played Dash, like, once I got to, like, you know, like 8% or something, maybe. But I haven't seen much of the level. That would have been before I used practice mode, so I wouldn't have got very far at all. I probably got to where the wave was and said, I'm not doing this, if there's a wave portion. A lot of maps and custom maps, that was my breaking point before I had a couple of the mainline maps and got some of them. Okay, crashing there. Great, amazing. Let's just take that 96% and make it a 30. What? I don't get that. I don't see how I missed that. I don't see how I missed that. Sometimes I think if I just hit my input really fast, yeah, okay, so that actually does work for the whole first part of it. If I just jam my input down as fast as I can, we can get all the way to there. Maybe further. Okay, so... Alright, it didn't work there. Alright, well, it works a lot of it. You know, if I would have kept spamming there... You know, I think you can almost spam the input without paying attention for that whole introductory segment. If you just hit it really fast, I think it's good enough. That's pretty funny. It would hurt my hand to do that, though. Yeah, like right there, it definitely is reliable there. Not there, but... yeah, you can get all the way to that one bar just by repeatedly hitting the input as soon as you spawn in. You can get to 7%. But that's good. Well, no, you can't. Alright, I'm going to spend a lot of time trying to figure out if I can play the part of the level that I already know how to play without playing it. You know, it's possible that I'll get good enough to beat those levels in this game, but it's much more probable that I'll get bored of it and not play it anymore before that point. Or I'll, like, start getting engrossed in the level editor, and I'll make little RPG-themed levels and disregard the difficulty entirely. It's sort of hard for me to tell the future. Other people are a lot better at it than I am. Well... You say you'll never believe in me anymore? Good. You know, that'll serve you well. You can join the list of basically everyone who's ever known me in giving up on me. It's a smart move. You did well to not waste a lot of time. Whoops. Never believe me if you have faith in me. That's worse! Do you not see how that's worse? See what faith gets us? Faith gets us, you know, mistimed, presses, bashing into the underside of things that I didn't even know you could die on. And to think I could have beat this level like 45 minutes ago. I mean, I couldn't have, though. Why? Because I didn't do any inputs and I crashed the ship into the friggin' wall. And you might ask, well, what happened the next time you got to 96%? Well, it's interesting you should ask. Thanks for bringing it up. I don't remember. I could have had class. Could have been a contender instead of a bum, just what I am. No! I didn't even know you could run into that one. I've seen the 3D level. It hurt my head and I couldn't figure it out, and I think there was a waveform, so I quit it. I've seen a couple 3D levels people have sent me. And then there was this one amazing one that was like, you bounced off the walls of a tower and you were climbing up the tower, and there were like all of these little, something ramparts, maybe? Rebound ramparts? Maybe that's the bell. I didn't beat it on real mode, I beat it on practice mode. It was so cool. But yeah, you bounced off of the walls, so you just sort of like went back and forth on the inside of this tower, and I thought it was just the coolest level. Yeah, what? That's the one, like how and what or whatever. But I had it. I just it frustrated me because I couldn't figure out how not to crash, so I quit. All right. And there you go. Nice and clean. I knew it. I knew it. I knew we would get it. I had a feeling on that run, I just didn't want to say it out loud. Theory of everything in 375 attempts. I mean, feels good when you compare it to 2,582. Or, you know, Time Machine, we had the thing for that. 1,083 on Jumper. Hey, Q. Yeah, all right. I guess we'll try out the next level for a run or two. I need to make some coffee and have some breakfast. All right, so that's Electroman Adventures, the last of these levels. And then you got these other ones over here that are hidden. Play Boogie? Yeah. We'll play Boogie. We'll play a custom since we got that one. The one with 1.9 million views, probably. The aesthetics are really cool. There was one that was sort of like in a forest. I forget the name of it, but it had like foxes and stuff walking around at the end. It was beautiful. I was really impressed by it. What? What? Sure. What a cool level. Very cool. Don't understand what was going on there, but very cool. People in this game got an obsession with Doki Doki Literature Club in me. I swear. There's like, you think you're gonna play a normal level, and then before long, it's just Monica. Tidal Wave? You can't fool me. I've played Tidal Wave before. Whoops. Did it again. Yeah, I've played Tidal Wave. You know, you already know I haven't beaten it. Easy little section there. Super easy little section here. Just a little bit of straight flying. Easy. Very easy. And then you got a buffer there, I guess. Yeah, let's go ahead and just go to practice mode. No reason to stick here. This first part's just real simple. You just got to remember, you know, don't hit the one with the X. Yes, go on the one with the arrow. Alright, so here we just... Okay, so it's more totally disorienting than hard, and you just have to buffer at the end there, probably. So it's 1 star, 2 star, a lot of breaks, and then I don't know what to do there. Maybe we jump before the last upper buffer one. Hey, Toby. I guess I should reflect the title. I mean, it should be practice. We should call it practice so people don't come in and get excited. What levels have I beaten so far? I have beaten every mainline level up to Electroman Adventures. We beat Clutterfunk and Theory of Everything earlier today. And I've also beaten Blast Processing. And that's tough. Oh, we're miniature. I didn't notice. I don't know what we're supposed to do here. Buffer twice? Just hold down the button the whole time? Yeah, well, Clutterfunk we had been bashing our heads against for many sessions, right? And then, yeah, just a double buffer. Okay, and there it's ball forms, so just ball things. Oh, and then you'll want to jump there, and it looks like it goes under... Oh, thanks, Toby. Yeah, Theory of Everything, you know, we went through on practice, and I had a good feeling about the segments in general, and then I choked on 96% like 4 times, and just like didn't do anything with the ship, or else it would have been even quicker work of it. Buffer twice, yeah, definitely gotta do that. But not 3 times. Good, Centaur, it's important not to have faith. My philosophy rejects it. That's what I like about Buddhists. They let me be a Buddhist even though I don't believe in any of the stuff they actually believe. Just because I say that I would like to, that's good enough. They don't need you to be sincere. After all, you can walk the path to enlightenment without seeing it. Without even knowing that it is there. I need to buffer twice there. I have to buffer twice there. It might just be too fast for me to react. If it is, then that doesn't bode well for the rest of me playing this game, though. I'm sure there will be more important things required before then. Ah, I knew I was supposed to jump, but clearly not there. I forgot to buffer twice. You say Theory of Everything's hard in this level? People said that. People were telling me that this was, like, basically easier than the other 2 ones, you know, like, they were like, hey, you know, if you're having trouble with Clutterfunk, you can just, play Electroman or something, and maybe that would be easier. And I said, no! No giving up! Also, no remembering I'm supposed to buffer twice. No matter what, just don't remember that I'm supposed to buffer twice there. What? It's funny, they have a thing to stop you from jumping there, as if you're going to be jumping. But I guess you could, like, be buffering out of nervousness or something. Or maybe because you're a person that... Oh, yeah, because you just hit all the things. So a person might be, like, in holding down the button mode. Say, glad I figured out practice mode. Yeah, me too. One of my valuable viewers, they embarrassed me into it. Because I was not doing it, and then they would just make me custom levels of the parts that I needed to practice. And it was really nice of them, right? A couple of times. But then, like, on the next level I was stuck on, they offered to do it again, and I was like, man, I can't I can't be having them, like, have to make these levels for me because I'm, like, too much of a dork to learn how it works. Now I invite you to wait as I show you that anything that requires buffering is likely to lead to me dying. I'm actually an incredibly bad player. I just have decent reaction times, and I don't know how to play this game, though. Bye, Centaur. Thanks for stopping by. Say I should get all the coins in this because they're easy. I can unlock my first demon. Well, I mean, you have to finish the level to get the coin, and I haven't even finished it. Well, I'll look forward to seeing you in a future streamer video, Centaur. You have a good day, man. Thanks for the tips. And for the belief, and yes, even the faith. Oh, we're upside down there. How interesting. Jump, fall, jump, jump. Oh, and then disorienting switch again. What? Well, I didn't think that was going to happen. Clearly, I should have anticipated it. Hey, yeah, I need to just immediately be going up there. Not that much. If you go too much up, well, that's bad too. And apparently, you can crack your windshield on that thing. I don't understand how. It doesn't look large enough to pierce. This part looks to be incredibly easy. Yeah, just incredibly easy. And then a very simple ship part, like painfully easy ship part. And then there's cube part. Okay. Oh, my input stopped working. Okay, now it's there again. We'll still do a couple runs of this. I like this section. It reminds me of Celeste. It's got that sort of... Why? Oh, it's... Oh, I accidentally erased my old checkpoint. It's alright, we needed more practice for this buffering thing anyway, right? Right. Apparently I can't do this. Oh, well, that's a bad checkpoint, isn't it? How? That part's so easy. Well, it doesn't matter if it's easy if I don't do it right. Natasha, you were saying it looks like Celeste. I was just saying that, yeah. Both in color scheme and the mountain shape itself looks very Celestian. Not celestial, because that means like stars. Oh no, I crashed. I got too intent on looking at things. But yeah, it's got that nice sort of vaporwave color palette as well. You know, the blue, orange, pink, yellow type of thing. That sort of late 90s N64 controller aesthetic. Who can forget the glory of a translucent purple N64 controller? Ah, that's the good stuff. Oh, how curious. Not sure what's going on there. Hey, Shar. How are you? Okay, well that's not gonna do it. Are you joking? But in spite of me dying here, I don't think this part's hard. In spite of me dying here a lot, I don't think this part's hard. I just think I'm bad. I'm so bad. Oh, well, that's one way to die. Nope, not two there, just one there. Oh, they did a Celeste 64 like demake. Somebody was telling me that they made an NES demake of it, but that's cool that they made a 64 demake of it as well. Or I guess an upmake, you know, if you take a pixel art game and then make it 3D, is it a demake anymore? You're moving ahead generations. I mean, Celeste quite clearly doesn't look like, you know, it came out back in the day. There's too much detail. No, you could have fantastically detailed games back in the day. Celeste, if Celeste had come out in, you know, on Super Nintendo back in the day, it would have been an earthquake of a game. It would have been, you know, the most important game ever. Everybody would have flipped out, but, you know, time has to move in order. First of all, the sort of music that's in it wouldn't have existed yet. And there you can just, like, glide down both of those. Okay, so not that one. You jump twice, and then you probably have to fall. We'll move the checkpoint forward here in a bit. Because, I mean, I know I just died like 4 times on those very easy parts, but am I going to get better at it from doing this practice? I mean, probably not. They're fundamentally very easy parts that I'm doing badly because I'm bad, not because I need to practice them. Just like this part is so easy. We don't need to practice it. It's all, you know, and this part's easy too. I think it mainly relies on you being like, oh, am I going backwards? How tricky. In this part, you get a skid on both of those, tap the roof there, skid here, jump, jump, jump. Crash. Okay. This is not a good checkpoint. I mean, it's in a good spot, but it would be much better if it was before the portal. Fortunately, that part's not hard and we don't need to practice it. We'll just move it up here. Right before this section, that's good because it'll give us time to adjust to the silliness. What? Oh, there is a boost thing there. You need to not jump over it. You just can't see it because the background is the same color. Clever. So 2 jumps and then it'll bounce. Not like that. You gotta hit the start early or it pushes you to die, or not at all. You could also hit it not at all and you'll die in a different place. And then it throws you down there. Doesn't look to be too complicated once you get the idea of it. I say as I die repeatedly. Oh, you're supposed to run into that, and I jumped over it because I got scared. It looked like an obstacle. You know, when they give the obstacles whirly, spinny color coats, and then they give the things you're supposed to hit those same coats, it sure does make it hard. Probably why they do it. Probably. Gonna spend more on practice trying to get to the end of this level than I spent on the whole theory of everything. Oh my goodness, it's because I'm so stupid. Why don't I just run into the star? That would be great. Yes, let's jump into that. That'll demonstrate that I'm ready to get past it. And I can't get over how much harder Clutterfunk was than these levels, but perhaps I just improved without noticing it while playing Clutterfunk. But it just seems like a lot harder. That small ship part seems significantly more difficult than any of the special, portal sections in this level. Than any of them, unless the last ball part's, like, real tricky, which I doubt. And it's not that hard, but I do think the small ship part in Clutterfunk is, like, tricky to figure out, and it's in a terrible place in the level, too, at, 55. Not like I mean, like, maybe this is the bad one, right? Oh, no, you just, shouldn't be too tricky, and yet I'm dying. So like I was saying, this ball section's going to be easy. It's a bunch of presses, but it shouldn't be too tricky once we figure it out. And then there's more cutesiness. You need to buffer off of that star, I think. Yep, and that's all there is to it. Got it. All right, now for real mode. Yeah, now for real mode. Don't remember the beginning of this level at all. Ah. Hi, Centaur. I forgot to jump. 40%. There we go. Terrible. You roast me for being bad, but you realize most people haven't done it. You know, it's all about being comparative. I'm not as tall as an average giraffe, but I am taller than the average person. You know, you got to choose who you're comparing yourself to if you want a positive comparison. I think of this time at work where a kid was like, one day I'm going to read tickets as fast as you. And everybody just started laughing at him because the kid didn't know me very well yet. And he didn't know that I actually read faster than almost every person like on the planet. And many people have never read a person who reads as fast as me. And, you know, I told him, nice dream, kid. There's a lot of ways to be a better cook than me, but none of them involve being faster at reading a ticket. That's my thing. The only reason I'm good at my job is because it involves reading, and I'm so fast at reading that it gives me tons of time to do all the other stuff. I crashed again. Look, I was probably better at gaming whenever I was 5 years old too. You know why? Because they hadn't put me to school to poison my mind yet. They hadn't taught me how to sit in a chair and be bored. My life was charmed when I was 4, dude. I got to play Super Mario Bros. 3. It was great. And then I had to go to school, where I didn't learn anything. Imagine my surprise when I came home from school and told my mother that I never learned anything and that I didn't need to go, and she said, no, you're going. And I was like, no, you should homeschool me. I don't learn anything there. And she was like, you need to go to school to learn to get along with people your own age. And I was like, how's that one working out for you, Momsy? Yes, if only making me bored for 13 years would have made me a normal person. Natasha, you asked what's that in metric? I don't know centimeters. 1.88 meters. So 188 centimeters. You know I do like grams and milliliters for baking in science, but you know I don't really measure a lot of things in length and breadth. I crashed against the roof. Like, I know 2.2 pounds is in a kilogram. I know 454 grams is in a pound. But I don't know how many kilograms I weigh. I could figure it out. I weigh about $1.75, but how many kilos is that? I would need to grab a piece of paper. Not really. You just divide it by 2. and then pretend that you know how to do math afterward. Significant new personal best. Significant new personal best. I forgot to jump there. 77%. Solid. You say if I'm good at geometry dash, then I'm good at geometry. You know, years ago, in the year 2000, I had a geometry class and I did well in it. But I am like I'm like a poetry guy, right? I like philosophy and poetry and literature and history and stuff like that. All the real stuff is less important to me. The minute you tell me that something I'm learning could be practical is the minute I stop being interested in it. I crashed. Terrible. 3.1415. You don't need more than 3.141 though. I used to know a lot more, and I probably could like pull it out of my head if I focused on it. But 3.1415 is the first digits, and I don't think you even need that many for precision. But I've seen The Film Pie by Darren, however you say his last name, the guy who made Requiem for a Dream and Black Swan and such, Aronofsky. I think that's how you say it. I've only seen it written down. And I read the book, The Life of Pi, about a guy who eats a person and pretends that it's not a person. Spoilers. It came out a long time ago. He's shipwrecked. He's not like just a cannibal. He's also in, psychological distress. There's a tiger involved in a boat. They made it into a film. I didn't see it. Sorry if I spoiled it for you. It came out a long time ago, so I don't really feel that bad. By Jan Martel, The Life of Pi, if memory serves. I only read it like once. I didn't think it was an amazing book. My grandmother gave it to me. She was like, "You would like this." I'm like, "All right." And I'm like, "Well, he does eat a dude. I am kind of a dark guy, so." Jump too late. Well, thank you, Centaur, for thinking that I could beat it this stream and for believing in me. It's not that it's bad to believe in me. It just everyone who's ever believed in me has regretted it. I've never believed in myself, so I don't regret it. But whenever someone becomes disappointed in me, all I can think to say is, "I told you so. I told you I was a scorpion when you agreed to take me across this river, and now you're upset because I did a thing that's in my nature." What I am is like a simulacra of a human body who takes in calories and gives others disappointments. And that's who I am as a person. And if you can accept that, and I had to. It became clear to me very early in life that I would never be able to make myself or other people happy. But it also became clear early in life that I love snacks and video games. So I just try to focus my energies and on that these days. I used to believe in more things like beauty and love, but those are bad ideas. I mean, they're fine for other people, but they only ever caused me trouble. I forgot to buffer. Oh, thank you, Clever. Yes, it was a glorious run, full of lots of disappointments. and then eventually the conversion, and then a very, very quick theory of everything. Well, I don't know how quick. It must have been less than an hour, though. I'd be very shocked if it was more than an hour. Do I know how many years it took for update 2.2 to come out? I think somebody told me it took like 10. Maybe it was 7. A long time, though. I do recall that... Oh, whoops, sorry for bash fails. Like 296s and I think like a 97 and then like a 93. Like at a very easy section, but, you know, pushed through it and ultimately got through. And we beat this one on practice earlier, and I don't... You know, there's some tricky parts, but I don't think this level's hard. Well, you know, me dropping there, me dying there, doesn't prove to me that I don't think it's hard. Oh, I jumped again. Look at it in 2.2. I know the weird little rocket ship thing because I saw it in a custom map, and that's when I gave up that custom map. I can't believe I did that. That's terrible. That's so bad. That section is supposed to be really easy, right? It feels easy. And just sometimes you crack your windshield. Because basically that whole UFO ship UFO section I find to be like essentially a gimme, you know. I think I got trained on all my Clutterfunk failure. Well, I just wrecked into that. Well, you know, that's not demonstrating that I think I'm good at that part, but I've been getting very high consistency through it, if memory serves. It's, you know, it's really forgiving. This part is, and then all the UFO and the rocket ship sections later I find to be like quite forgiving as well. It's just the cube that I'm bad with, right? Because, you know, then you do this, you have your little backwards thing, which is only really tricky if you just... I can't believe I just did that. It's only really tricky if you're an absolute walnut who runs into a wall. But anyway, that part is very easy too. The cube has all of the buffering stuff, and I'm bad at anything that requires that. Unless I've identified that it's like absolutely mandatory. Like, this is the part where you buffer. Ah, I bashed the floor, and that messed with the velocity of the ascent. I thought I jumped there. Until I found... I have found the wave game mode. That one's in blast processing, maybe? And then I think also there's a segment of that in Geometric Domination that I had also been trying out a bit. But before, I think it was blast processing. Before that, I just, every time there was a wave in a level, I just quit. Like, people would make a custom, I would get to one and be like, I don't know what's going on here, I'm done. But I did, like, I think I do okay with the wave parts. But again, like, the first levels where a form gets introduced, they're not gonna be giving you a lot of complexity, right? They're just sort of introducing you to the concepts. A little bit of memory, a little bit of right decision making, but not a lot of, you know, precision, not a lot of finesse required. Terrible. I should play the Ashley Wave Trials. Is that like a challenge where you never get through any of it? What? Well, you know, all these failures notwithstanding, I still totally believe in my ability to beat this level. Maybe not in this run. I'm not frustrated or anything. I mean, after the Clutterfunk victory and then just bashing through Theory of Everything quite triumphantly, it's going to be a while before Geometry Dash gets me down again, I think. At least a couple hours. Wait, am I on hour 4 right now? I actually, yeah. Probably need to take a break here for a bit. I identified the other day that longer streams aren't really that good for me. Like, I love to stream like 10 hours in a day, but if I do like a 6 and a 4, the 6 doesn't like go so well. Like, you know, like 3 and 3 and 4 would be better. And I know, like, probably from a dollars to donuts perspective, although there are no dollars or donuts here, you know, probably the longer the stream, the better, you know, because people don't leave to do something else if you don't leave. But I don't know. I don't know how people do it. Maybe because it's their job, but this is not my job. This is just what I do for fun. And you know, I'm kind of getting a little hungry. What time is it? 2? Oh yeah, that's not too bad. I didn't even pay attention to what time it was that I started. On my days off, I am pleasantly divorced from the clock. I hate having to think about what time it is. Is the music playing? Very faintly. These songs are too ambient. We need pounding drum and bass. No, that's like the name of a genre, I think. Not just the names of the instruments. I forgot to buffer. Oh, I don't know what I was doing there. I didn't hit the button. You could tell by the way I died straight down. What? But no, there was this form in one custom. It looked like a little escape pod with thrusters, and I could not for the life of me figure out what was going on. I just turned it off. Two buffer, there we go. No, what? I guess you got to be pressing it down when you go into the portal, but not too hard. Or maybe just horizontal feathering for the flying. I did not realize it was that quick. I mean, I hope I wouldn't have realized it. So, Joy, why do you feel it's just conversation with me? Well, because, you know, I'm talking to you and you're talking to me. But there are other people here. think. No, they're here. Ah, I crashed. Natasha's there, keeping the minutes. Yeah, y'all should see my chat in Minecraft sometimes. I'll just say something like, I'm gonna steal this for their own good, and then they, like, quote me and date it. And I'm like, hey. Whenever I talked about robbing this town blind, I didn't know we were gonna bring it up later. That is why I developed the euphemism Hero's Tribute. To describe why I just walk into any Minecraft village and take anything that's not nailed down and some of the stuff that is. Ah, yeah, knew that was there. Knew that was coming. That's the thing about the UFO mode. Like, man, sometimes you're like, do I need to hit one more? But, oh man, if you don't, you can't put the air back in a balloon. And I know you're saying, yes, you can. Well, not the way I pop them. I finally jumped into that. I don't know if I've jumped into that wall of Celeste Mountain yet. Can I just beat it right here, guys? Wouldn't that be nice? And then I would go and make some Maruchan chicken ramen, the finest mass-produced ramen in the world. I'm not being paid by anyone to say that. I'm just a huge fan since childhood. Maruchan, best ramen, except no substitutes. Maybe some jalapeno summer sausage. Love me some of that. A couple of chunks of French bread. I didn't even know you could die there. You can. You're just having fun talking about imaginary numbers? Are you a math person? I did take calculus in college, but that was like, you know how when old people say, I took that a long time ago, and you're like, I bet you didn't take it at all? I did take it. It was a long time ago. It was 20 years ago, and look, if you put a book in front of me again, I bet I could pick some of it back up. I did enough math to get very good grades in chem for majors, and, you know, physical chem. Yeah, I don't know how I died there, but I sure did. Yes, old people do say back in my day. But although my, you know, charming emotional immaturity does make me look young, I am 38 years old, which is technically an old person. I work in a kitchen, and, you know, there's high school kids that work at the restaurant, and they are always surprised to learn that I'm, like, you know, old. Because, well... Oh yeah, I absolutely do. Usually as a joke. There's a late night host who has a segment called Back in My Day, where he like sits next to a stuffed dog. He's like, oh, back in my day, we didn't have these newfangled TikTok apps. Oh, fiddlesticks. What we did if we wanted to see a video of someone was put 2 panes of glass in a box and do a puppet show on the other side. You know, stuff like that. I don't know if that's a literal one, but it's close to the concept. And so I do often say back in my day, but it's usually to do variants of that bit. I jumped. That's bad. Back in my day, I used to jump right onto the things in Geometry Dash. You didn't have to avoid any of them. Fake orbs? Hog swallop. Back in my day, all that we did was look at the sun with our bare eyes in an eclipse. That'll get you an orb. You know, stuff like that. I jumped into the thing again. Terrible! This level's fun, though. And an awesome color scheme. I very much enjoy, like, the softened sort of pastels and, like, you know, the blues and the pinks and all of that. Because some of the early levels in this game, like Polargeist is the one that springs to mind, like that violent electric yellow and green, it's real tough on my eyes. It might be like the brightness of my thing, or maybe I need to get glasses, but I jumped into it again. Hi, Centaur Chess. You're a chess player? You any good? I'm not. I'm just curious. I am a chess player. I'm not any good. I haven't played a game in some years now, but I played, you know, all growing up. I used to read chess books and do, you know, problems for fun in my spare time, that kind of thing. Mainly to make my dad like me better, which didn't, you know, like work perfectly, but we do play chess sometimes. I jumped into the thing again. For record, we're not really doing level requests right now, but I'll hold on to that thought and maybe give it a try or two before the end. Right now, we're just trying to get through this level. We got through Clutterfunk and Theory of Everything earlier in the run, so doing pretty good. Ah, I crashed again. Yeah, Centaur, do you mind telling me your rating? I know it's a personal question. $1,600? Well, this is a ton better than me, dude. I don't have a rating, but I do know what the bands are, and I don't think I would get there. I might. I was occasionally a solid player, but like I play like a person who learned how to play chess from a book in 1992. You know, you get a lot of Roy Lopez openings out of me, right? You know, you get a lot of very standard play. But I don't really know, like, the mid game well enough to crack anybody who, if they're, like, real solid on their Queen's Gambit declined or whatever, like, I'm probably gonna just eat it, you know. It's unlikely that I'll be able to overcome it with stylish, play. That's the problem with chess, a good player, they're proper good. I'm only better than people that don't know how to play chess. I'm sure you guys know that feel from, people, you being chess players, it's just like, people are like, oh, you're really good, and you're like, you no matter how good you are at chess, you know how good you are, right? And the better you get, the better players you go against. It's funny, I have friends that are League players, and, they complain about, the ELO hell they're in or whatnot, and I'm like, look, the only constant in your rating is you, so... I know chess is more of a one-on-one than League is, but I always tease them. I'm like, if you played chess and you were like 1200, would you be like, I'm really a 2000? They just keep on putting me against people that have good matchups, like, get out of here. Embrace the bronze. I'm not even a bronze League player. I don't have a rating there either. I've played like one game ever and people bullied me and I quit. Oh, you are giving me another subscription. Well, I welcome it. Hopefully, YouTube won't think that I am conspiring to make fake people love me and rip away everything that I hold dear here. No. I just hope they never learn how much I dislike advertisements and how I say rude things about advertisements all the time. It's sort of their bread and butter. It'd be like going to a cow farmer and saying you don't like milk or beef. Yeah, I used to play a fair amount when I was young. My father and his older brother, because you gotta remember this is like, you know, the 90s, and the internet hadn't really caught on yet and such. We didn't have it at home in this era, but they would play through the mail. My dad and his younger brother would. They would mail a letter back and forth, and, you know, just a couple pleasantries, hey, you know, how's the wife or whatever, but mainly it was just, you know, E4, and, you know, a week or two later, my dad would get, you know, a letter back telling him, you know, what he already knew, which is that black was going to move their pawn to E5, and then, you know, he could continue on with his opening. Oh, well, I thought, you know, you set the bottom of the UFO on it and you drift, and then it was like one hit, but I guess there I jumped off rather than drifting down. Anyway, I really didn't think I was going to die there, but I did wake up dead. Wow. Can I get the coins, please? I mean, no? I mean, like, you want me to just try to pick them up and then I die and then they're still there forever? I died. Well, yeah, but, like, I pick them up and then they disappear because I die. It's not like you pick them up and you get them, right? Right? Yeah, Natasha, you're saying it's sort of like how I am with games. You reach the point where you needed to study. Yeah. And, you, like, and that was what you know, like, I studied chess a bit whenever I was a kid. You know, like, I had my Chessercises book, I think, by Bruce Pandolfini, who probably did great strides for popularizing chess, you know, books and stuff. It was like there was openings and traps and zaps. We had a lot of Pandolfini books. So keep jumping up, but not there. Oh. Okay, you break through a wall. I definitely did not anticipate that. That's total madness. Who would ever do that? Oh, there are other blocks in this level that do break. I see. I never notice. But anyway, what I mean to say is I question the utility of trying to pick up these coins, since what it's going to do is give me, you know, different paths I'm trying to take, and then I'm still going to die. So, like, shouldn't I be trying to, you know, actually play the game rather than get collectibles that I literally can't collect because I've never beaten this level? It seems like that's wise. Because going under there is significantly harder. Like, how many runs are going to die there before they get started and not here instead? I forgot to jump. I don't see how it's easier. I literally don't know what to do. I'm just not gonna do it. I get to the end and there's a wall, and if there's not a wall, there's a spike. It seems like either I don't understand or I'm just theorizing it wrong. I forgot to jump. But I watch some chess content, but it's just, entertainment stuff. I watch Anna Cromlin, who, if you're familiar, you're like, oh, of course you do. But I had seen a few of her videos of, like, her mom tuning up dudes that are, trash talking in a park or whatever, and then in a funny little feat of, serendipity, Cromlin started dating this YouTuber guy that I watch do Trackmania stuff, even though I haven't played Trackmania virtual, so I started rewatching her again, because I'm like, hey, isn't that Anna Cromlin? And then she was like, in those videos. I was like, ah, yes. The Swede YouTuber cinematic universe is overlapping with Norway's. I guess, like, the really annoying famous YouTuber of the past was from Sweden, but, we don't have to talk about him. He's not current anymore, and I'm glad that his time is over. No, I'm sure he's a nice guy, unless he isn't. Maybe he's a jerk. It's unimportant. No one cares. I think he's got like $100 million, and he's living like a king in Patagonia. I forgot to jump. But, it's good entertainment. There's just nothing in the world like seeing some loudmouth dude that you can tell by the way they're sitting doesn't think women can play chess just get absolutely smoked by a polite person who just, like, eats some alive. And that's my idea of good content, right? Some people like to watch dudes dressed up as old guys lifting weights. I got a friend who thinks those videos are the best. I like to watch dudes that think they're cocky get absolutely schooled in chess. Alright. I forgot to jump. 79%, new best. We hadn't got there in a minute. We've been having real struggles with the early game. I forgot to jump. Your English teacher was learning about cooked. Yeah, that's the most annoying slang terms for old people that aren't like very online are the ones that can mean like two contradictory things, depending on how they're said. especially things that are already imbued with meaning. But because I'm a very online person, I tend to be more on top of the slang. I mean, I played World of Warcraft heavily for a while in Classic, and if you play an MMO, you can't get away from the slang because all the coolest people in the world constantly want to use it when they're talking to you. That's a thing I've noticed about all the coolest people in the world is they are like really up on modern slang. Whenever I meet someone, if I'm like, man, I wonder if they're cool, I just wait for them to say a bunch of stuff that the kids these days do, and then I know. No, I shouldn't tease. I know that young people like to fit in, and if that involves saying dumb things, then they'll say dumb things. Beat this attempt to give me 5,000 pounds. First of all, keep your money, sir, and second of all, that's far too generous of an offer to make anybody. You thought I was 11 years old. That is funny. I guess it is far away. No, I'm 38. I was in high school when 9/11 happened. I was in the marching band, and we came inside and we saw it on TV. That's how old I am. I was carrying a bass drum. I was the third bass drum. Hello, Liam. Welcome back. That's the one who stands at third in the line and is in the middle of all the runs. It was good stuff. I mean, not the day, but the band was fine. But yeah, I'm an old person. Too bad I crashed again. You know, I don't even know how you could pay me is the thing. I don't have anything like that set up, so you just have to keep your money. Donate it to like a nice dog who needed a bone or something. Maybe you know, provide for some nice pigeons that you see, tuppence a bag. I forgot to jump again. Hello, Andromeda. Nice to see you. Almost put too much gasoline in the tank there, but we're good. Ah, I thought I was already dead. Terrible. Ah. Alright, now we've got top tier music going on. Will we be able to convert? I forgot to jump again. I I can be GM, I know. I mean Grandmaster? That's the only abbreviation for that I really know, besides General Motors, which I cannot be General Motors. Although I am a machine, I am not a car. Oh, you mean geometry. Is GM the abbreviation for that? Like Cal is the abbreviation for calculus? Hey, Anosa. The wrong stream? Do I have another stream live right now? Okay, no. Okay. I had a couple times when my wrong stream would go live, and now I named the automatic stream something like, come in here and warn me, but you just meant somewhere else. Centaur, you're asking if I have, like, got anyone imprisoned in my home? No, I do not, just me. Oh, that stream. Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, so we beat it. And Theory of Everything. That's why we're on Electroman now. No, I jumped. No, I jumped over the thing. Ah. Still, 85%, new best, feels good. You know, the game sometimes makes you feel like you're not supposed to run into stuff that shimmers on account of how it kills you. But other times, you must. That was close. Just one more press than would have been ideal there, but it skirted the part of the windshield that is not a fatal crack. 91. All right. Just not quick enough with the ball there. It's an easy section. You just have to, you know, you just gotta get on it. You can't hesitate. And I did. I crashed into the roof. Hey, potato. Y'all know I don't know what the coin route there is. Wow. So instead of doing it the way I've practiced, just start trying to do it a way I've not practiced. Got it. Good idea. I don't think I'm going to do that. But I'm sure you're right. I just, you know, I've done the top part 15 times. I've done the bottom part 0 times, it seems like. If I'm going to try to do this now and not, like, go back to practice for the last segment, which I wish to do it now, I crashed again. Because I feel like y'all may not appreciate how much doing things the same way is very important to me, and in fact is the only way I function in life at all, is by doing things the same way basically every time when possible. So for you to be like, why don't you just take a different route than the one you've thought about for the last couple hundred attempts, like, it's not gonna happen. I know you're just joking, but I must caution you and everyone to not ever show up anywhere I am by surprise. It's not safe. I have hit people for scaring me before by showing up around me and, like, you know, touching me. So it's not safe to talk to me. I'm very afraid of strangers. And I get that you're joking, but, like, look, I haven't always lived a clean life, and I assume that when somebody that I don't know comes up to me, they're gonna kill me. So don't ever approach me if you see me out and about. There are people that don't like me out there, and they, you know, at any moment they could decide that they don't like me enough to get rid of me. This is America, and people die every day. So please don't show up at my house by surprise. Yeah, basically, Natasha. Like, I don't want to, like, be like, hey, do you want to see the axe I keep next to my bed? There's an axe over there. I don't play. Nope. You mean the axe by my bedside? Doesn't everybody keep an axe there? on the offhand chance that you think I'm joking here, I'm just going to go away for a very brief period of time. It's got a little line of poetry written on the side, you know. You know, not like a mall ninja axe, like a proper axe, as one does. I think swords are, you know, too performative. An axe says, I mean business. It doesn't say, you know, like, I've got a fantasy about this. It says, I'm gonna get through whatever is in front of me. You walk with a razor blade in your tongue? That's hardcore. Well, you know, I always think of the words of the great song Guns of Brixton by The Clash, right? When they kick at your front door, how you gonna come? With your hands on your head or on the trigger of your gun? When the law break in, how you gonna go? Shot down on the pavement or waiting on death row? And if I can leave you with one bit of advice, it's not good advice. Never die for free. Make them pay. Ah, I crashed again. I forgot to jump. If I beat it now, I'll grow back hair. Oh, Centaur, I'm afraid it's far too late for any of that. Man, you can go back 11 years or so on my channel now, 10 and a half, something like that, and you'll find that I didn't have a lot of hair to go around even then. But I've had a haircut like this, like, since I was a little kid, mainly. I've had some hair sometimes. Like, when I went to college, I had it, you know, in front of my eyes the first time. But, and then, you know, like, in my punk rock days, I had a little bit more of it, and, you know, would spike it up, you know, to be fashionable. More like an old people thing. Very small blades can be gotten easily. Yeah, that makes sense. That would have been the United States of Brazil, right? The dictatorship that got propped up for what, like 60s through the 80s was that one, if memory serves. I'm so embarrassed. Like, all I know is bad things in history. Like, I don't. When people are like, "Oh, do you know like what this place grows?" I'm like, "No, but I could tell you about their dictatorship." I mean, not nearly as much as anybody's lived under it, obviously, but. But that makes sense. You know, a lot of concealed things for self-protection have to be developed in a state where, you know, brutality is a matter of course, and you may have to defend yourself when you don't expect. I think back to, like, you know, like people with weighted belts, or Buddhists often have like weighted prayer beads, so that you can, like, you know, it's a solid prayer bead thing that's specifically made that you can, like, it won't break if you have to smack somebody with it, so that you'll have, you know, a heavy thing that's also religious. Or like, I'm pretty sure they have like combat rosaries and stuff too, you know. I hate that such things are necessary, but no one needs to be told that the world is not a safe place, I'm sure. Yes, in a billion years. Look, if those monkeys get typing, they might get Hamlet right onto the page immediately. It might take longer. In a billion years, title would be the easiest Charmer Dash ever? Sure. Sure thing. No, Natasha, the razor blade thing, that's reminded me a lot of the punk years. We used to, you would get razor blades and sew them in under, like, the lapels of your coat. So if somebody tried to grab you, then they would get cut. And then just, you know, spiked bracelets and stuff that are still very common, that kind of thing. But I distinctly remember going to lots of shows back in the day, and, like, me and my friends getting, you know, told we had to change because we had too much, like, weapon adjacent stuff on our persons. Which, to be fair, you know, we liked brawling. We were not well behaved punk kids. I forgot to jump. Oh yeah, you said you remember seeing the movie and thinking it was dumb because it wasn't removable. Yeah, well, the thing is that you just remember you've got it on. But yeah, like, me and a lot of my friends, we had one friend who had, like, a crate in the back of his truck that was, like, you know, bolted down, and that's where we kept our punk rock gear, you know, because you couldn't leave home, you know, wearing a thing that made it look like you were trying to, like, start a fight with a motorcycle gang. Although we kind of were. Not with, like, a proper motorcycle gang. You know, we were teenagers. We would have lost that fight. Motorcycle gangs are like real criminals. And we were just kids. I died again. You want me to play the hardest level you've made? Have you made a level too hard for me to beat before that's not the hardest level you've made? Because what I usually do on customs that are too hard is play them like 6 times to go, oh, whatever. And I wouldn't want to devalue your accomplishment, but there's little point in a person of my incredibly small skill level playing a properly hard level. I mean, I can't even beat this trash. And it's easy, right? Ah, why? This level took you 3,000 attempts? Surely you mean the level you're talking about. Because Clutterfunk took me like 2,600 and I'm terrible, and this level can't be that hard. I don't actually know how many attempts we're on. It's probably like 500 though. The day just melts away. Ah, bollocks. Well, you know, don't forget, I couldn't beat Electroman Adventures when I was 5 years old. This year is 1991. And Jurassic Park had not come out yet, let alone Geometry Dash. I crashed into the roof again. What? Didn't even know I could die there. Are you joking? Oh, you think you'd be rich if you got a nickel for every time I said that. But you promised to pay me in pounds earlier, which makes me... I assume all British people know how to sail, and are given a sailboat whenever they graduate their A-levels. Do they say graduate their A-levels, or do they just take them? I don't know. Is that even a thing, or is that just in Harry Potter? I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know things about other countries. I don't even know anything about this one. I believe it was born whenever a cow came down from the mountains. Sure. Whatever. Your 6 easy demon. Congratulations, Anosa. Well done. I am still crashing into that part there, which should be impossible? That's not the right word. Not done. Fortunately, I've run into all these early obstacles enough to make me not feel bad about the other one. Ridiculous. Great. You say you don't like making other people feel bad about Geometry Dash, but for me it's an exception. Well, thanks, Centaur. It means a lot. I always wanted to be special. Blah. Terrible. Okay. Don't know what happened there. You're gonna give me my bank account? Well, thanks for nothing. Oh well. Terrible. Just didn't hit it fast enough. Nothing else to say but that. 95. You want me to do this 1,000 more times so I can learn the coin route? I'm not going to do that. Didn't die because I didn't get the coin. I died because I'm bad. The coin wouldn't have helped there. The tone of that song was just close enough to where I figured the big Nintendo might get mad. I'm like, it's a little sketchy. It's a little sketchy. So you say I'm your favorite YouTuber? That's nice of you to say, even if it's not true. But yes, 95% indeed. Sometimes you just gotta, fail right before the end. Sometimes a lot of times. Okay, haven't died there. I apparently have now degenerated into dying there again, so that's good news. I crashed into the wall. Oh yeah, that's the thing I do. I lie. I'll say I'm about to end this stream and then I don't, or I'll be like, this is the last run, and then I'll do about 1,000 more. I don't mean to be dishonest. It just happens suddenly. Usually whenever I try to tell the future. That's why I try to never tell people I'm going to do something. When people are like, hey, can you play this tomorrow or schedule it? I'm like, look, I don't know what's going to happen. Among the things I don't control are the past, the present, and the future. But I also said I was trying not to stream so long at a time, so that I would feel better. And if you learn anything about me, wow, it's that I don't actually care about the way I feel at all. I have nothing but contempt for my own emotions. They never did much for me, and they certainly never helped anybody else either. I should have been a stone. Pair of ragged claws scuttling across the floors of silent seas. Sometimes people are like, you could talk about how you feel. They're always lying, right? They don't mean the way I feel. They mean the way that, normal people feel. So I have discovered, through much agony, that it's just better to keep it to yourself. Don't try to tell the future. Don't try to explain the present or the past. Just, talk to yourself. That's my way of doing things. And if you said, that doesn't sound like good advice. Oh man, you thought you were going to get good advice from me? I forgot to jump. Hello, Bruno. Natasha, you know, that's wise, you know, that there is a difference and you've happened on it. I don't have contempt for my emotions about, like, you know, my love of beauty or of, you know, like, artistic mastery or whatever. I quite like those emotions. Hey, Bouncy. It's only the ones about the way that I feel in negative ways that make me feel embarrassed. But yeah, Bouncy, we cracked Clutterfunk earlier, and then also Theory of Everything. And we've gotten to 95% here. Yep, beat him earlier in the stream. It was very satisfying. We spent like an hour on Theory of Everything. I mean, we just like went in, did some practice on it, and then like pretty quickly dispatched it. I've just been having some trouble converting the last part of these segments here. We've got to the ball section at the very end a few times, but choked. But yeah, it feels good, you know, going from yesterday being like, we're never going to beat it, and then, yeah, just woke up and got right onto it. It's good to see you, Bouncy. Hope you're well. I've been talking about ending this stream for like an hour and a half now. It may never happen. Might be still streaming this in a billion years. Still not beating Electroman Adventures. Nah. This level's not hard, I'm just not good at doing it. I forgot to bounce. I forgot to buffer. That's the worst. Because that's one of the places in the level where if I don't buffer, I just die. Which, I guess that's not even buffering, that's just like holding it down for a couple bounces, which is maybe theoretically the same concept, but not precisely the same. I didn't buffer there. There's badness. Oh, man. If only I could do the things I know I'm supposed to do. All in order, all in a row, just one time, and then I could leave and never, ever come back. Till the next time, whenever I have to come back for some reason. Coins or something. Would have been better if we didn't run into that wall. We could have died in a different way, a more creative way, a more, you know, spectacular way. One that really honors the sacrifices of Mr. Green Blockington. Sorry, Sir Green Blockington. He got knighted the other week. I am a great disappointment to Sir Green Blockington. I almost never die in that little hallway. I consider it to be a very easy section. Mainly because I never die there. I think I just had so much practice on ship control. Not doing it well, but just ship control generally from some of these earlier levels. That if it's not like a very unforgiving section, I can just sort of fake my way through it. No, Bouncy. I've only gotten 7 coins so far. Out of the first 3 levels, I think it was 2, 3, 2, so it won't be too hard to get more, except I was trying on Tryout, and I hope you'll believe me when I tell you, like, I couldn't beat that level again, man. I just kept dying. Oh, I jumped into that? That's weird. I guess you're not supposed to jump into it. Toby, you're gonna say you're gonna listen while you do the dishes? Well, it's good. It's good to take care of the home. I did the dishes yesterday after work. It is my division of labor in my home to do the dishes. My brother takes care of the yard and such, and I do the dishes. I can't use a lawnmower anymore because of my hands. The vibrations going through the frame is far too much for me. My hands go like crazy numb really, really quick. Ah. Say break into the breakable box. Yeah, they showed me that coin. I don't know, man. I die. I die all the time on it. Like, I go here and, well, you know, not like that. I die slightly lower later. Oh, well, I forgot to do it that time. Yeah, they've been trying to get me to get all 3 of the coins here, but I just die, so I, whoops. And of course, the real danger in coin routes is that I think about doing them while I'm playing, and then whether or not I do them, I'm still thinking about them, and that's bad. Too many mind. Ah. Sashi say the rule number 1 there is the cooks don't do dishes, so everybody tries to market things to cook. Yeah, well, my brother doesn't really cook at home. We're both cooks professionally, but he doesn't really cook at home. And y'all know I bake and stuff, but I don't cook that often. But I'm usually like doing dishes in the middle of it. Like I'll make like a baked ziti or whatever, and I'm like halfway done with my dishes while I'm still stirring things. It's like whenever I was a kid and I had to do the dishes, I have a big family, so you know a lot of dishes. I'd be like, why can't you guys just, you know, be more careful with rinsing the dishes and all that when you're working on them? And they're like, ah, whatever, we're cooking. Shut up, little kid, you know? And, no, people in my family weren't that rude to each other as a normal matter, of course. I just said it that way because I thought it would be funny. But I am gratified to know as an adult that if you do take care of the dishes as you're working, it's a lot easier to cook them. Man, I haven't baked in months. Whenever I started streaming all the time, I just stopped cooking so much. I'm like, well, I'll just have something to do with my time. Yeah, man, I haven't made cookies all year. All year. Why are we talking about dishes? Because somebody talked about dishes. I'm very easily distracted. Yeah, Bouncy, I'm a line cook in a restaurant, a steakhouse. So I fry stuff, I saute stuff, I cook steaks and things on the grill, just depends on the day. I usually spend a lot of my time at work telling other people what to do and saying that's not good enough, you know, too much moisture, you know, hey, get your act together, you know, stuff like that. I'm not a manager, it's just part of the job. I tell people what to do so the manager doesn't have to. Also, I can look at something and know exactly why it's wrong, and some of the managers can't tell why it's wrong even if they know it's wrong. So they're happy to have me be critical to the people. But I don't consider myself like a good cook at home. I make absolutely top tier chocolate chip cookies, truly excellent cookies, and very, very good peanut butter fudge, and I make a very mean loaf of French bread too. And I've made like 35 cheesecakes, and my cheesecakes have always been good, but I don't consider myself like a cheesecake maker. I've just made one, you know, every other week for 2 years, but ish, year and a half. But cookies, I've made some, couple hundred batches of cookies in just like 2 years. I didn't always bake. I picked it up, and I've made a few hundred loaves of bread and a few 100 pounds of peanut butter fudge. I tend towards obsession, so once I get a thing that I want to perfect, other people are like, are you going to try this or this? I'm like, no, I'm going to make the same chocolate chip cookies 100 more times until they're not just perfect, they're so perfect that you can't talk when you're eating them. When you give them to a stranger, they look at you like, you did this? And that's how good my cookies are, for real. I'm not even being vain about it. They are beyond wonderful. I crashed into the wall again. Ugh. But yeah, no, we've gotten to 95%. We've made great progress. I just I keep choking. I didn't buffer. Terrible. Finger dash after Electroman Adventures. Is that the next one in the list? Whatever the next one on the list is, yeah, for sure. That's right, because the locked thing from the coins is locked because I don't have the coins, so yeah. Because what, the last ones are Finger Dash and Dash, and then there's Geometrical Dominator, which I still have not beat, but we were playing the other day. I might actually just go back to Geometrical Dominator and try to go to the practice mode for the late of it, you know, and refresh my memory, and then try to see if we can bash that out. My really underwhelming blackout sessions there in the blackout section, I call it, the memory part where, oh, okay. Electrodynamics is the hardest insane one. Okay, so yeah, we'll probably go around to Finger Dash then. Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. Center, you're saying you think I should do Acheron? I've heard of that one. Acheron, probably. Yeah, definitely. Acheron, what a name. You know, it is a river in Greek myth, the River of Death. I think it's one of the names of a section in the game Hades, but I was familiar before then. There's... oh, what's the name of it? I forget. It's a short story by Jorge Luis Borges, really just a couple of paragraphs. And it's about, like, this woman, and the line in it is, like, they were separated by a street, and he was like, how was I to know that that corner should be Acheron the Doleful, the Insuperable? I did not see you again, and 2 weeks later you were dead. I think the name Louise is in the title. It's been a while since I've read it, but Acheron the Doleful, the Insuperable is a line that I remember quite well. I love me some Borges. You'll hear me talk about him a lot. Jorge Luis Borges is among the finest of human artists of any form, and I will take that belief. 1,000 years from now in the future, when I'm still playing this level, I'll be repping Jorge Luis Borges and his fine prose and poetry. More prose than poetry, but very, very fine. I crashed. Geometrical, then finger dash, think, then dash, then hexagon electronics. Yeah, I'll probably take that route. You did advise me, I remember when we were on Clutterfunk, you were like, you know, the ones after this are easier. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do them in order though. And man, you should have seen the way I was laughing at Theory of Everything after doing Clutterfunk. I'm like, wait, is that it? Is this what I have to do? But as I said then, though, I'm sure that some of that is that I played Clutterfunk 2,500 times, giving me slightly more familiarity with certain concepts, like small ship play and the like. Oh, no, no, not again. That section's really easy, I said. I used to say. It's just, what I had been doing was dropping the UFO on the ledge, skirting across it, and then adapting in there. I was taking a more active role in flying. I don't think that was a good call. I think having it on the base in between is the way to be. More regularity. You know exactly where your boosts are going to take you. Ah. So the top levels get rated over time. So like, did Acheron fell a little bit, but Silent Clubstep just fell because of the other ones moving in, or can you like vote on them while they're there? You know, like people will just reevaluate it. They're like, oh, actually, you know, Slaughterhouse is 4th instead of 3rd or whatever. I don't know if Slaughterhouse is that high. I just know the name of the level. I think I've played that one slightly. That might have been the one that I got to 2% on. I got to 2% on one of those insane ones. I said it was the wrong one the other day, and then I got embarrassed. It's like some map I can't beat, and I got to 2% on it. That's all I know. Okay. Right. Well, I just needed a little more vertical there. Quite clearly, the pitch and yaw was off. You could tell because I died. Leaving you with no conclusion other than I did the thing I wasn't supposed to do at a time I wasn't supposed to do it, or that I did the thing that I was supposed to do. I ran into that. So the list mods just reevaluate and new ones move in, and it's ran by the community. That's so cool. I knew that there was the thing called the demon list, but I didn't know like how it operated or whatever. I just knew that it's, you know, the way of keeping score. You've talked about it and others too, but I haven't like, you know, watched a video about the history of the list and, you know, how it got put together or anything, although that would be fascinating. Not for the first time, I marvel that this sort of like engagement and longevity exists for what is essentially a mobile game. I mean, you can play it on mobile, but, you know, and I know, well, I mean, with the exception of really this, I don't have like a lot of respect to put onto mobile games as such, but this game really, you know, it's got the legs. Even without custom levels, I mean, there's enough engaging, challenging play to keep you going for, I mean, like 100 hours probably. Even if you're better than me, a lot better than me, it'd still probably take you 50 to get through it. Oh, I crashed in the wall. That's an interesting way of putting it, Anosa. At the beginning, the list was made for levels, but now they're made for the list. So I'm sure there's a certain cash-in in having a very difficult level, so people, you know, want to have them rated highly. That makes sense. It was more like you made the levels and then they happen to be incredibly difficult, but now when people make them, they're just trying to make them harder and harder. Good electronic crunchy music, so let's just convert through this. Been stuck in that early section a bunch now, so we just need to remember our training and push through here. Jump, jump, buffer the jump, immediately over. Sometimes if you say out loud what you're doing, it helps. Not really. Ay, ay, ay. It's like, oh man. It's like, you get these feelings right before you die. You're like, oh yeah, this is gonna be the run. We're gonna really get going this time, guys. This is where all the consistency is gonna pay off. And then you like crash into some stupid spike at like 20% that you've never seen in your life. Come in here. Oh, what? Oh, I hit the stair step thing and it flattened me out. No bueno. Okay. Ooh, right. Well. Yeah, Toby, I know. I don't know what to do, right? I don't know what to do. Yes, obviously the chat needs moderators, just like generally, but like, it's such a terrible and thankless job. Like, who would want it? And who would I ask to, you know, like, it... I don't know. I don't know. Like, y'all know, obviously, like, this is a small channel. I don't make any money off this, so it's not like I could pay anybody to do it, and I have, like, principles about asking people to work for me for free. I don't believe in it. I don't know. Not like this is happening right now, but like I've had times in the past where chat got like, it was the most people I'd ever had, and it was like 20, and it was like rowdy and heavy on innuendo, and like not a great time. But like, I didn't think I should get a moderator. I thought maybe I should stop making videos on the internet. Maybe it's not for me. But fortunately, since I have very low production values and bad sound quality, and I'm not good at the game, and I don't use thumbnails, and I don't believe in clickbait stuff, I think I can keep being unpopular forever. I bet I could work that out. What on earth? Did I just miss the portal? And it kept going? I have not done that before. I assume you die. Not where I died. Obviously you die there. Yeah, I've never skipped that portal before. I didn't even know you could skip the portal. It makes sense. You know, it is a portal. I've missed portals before. And then these are very simple because you just drop down there, drop down here, and now we're into the final stretch again. Can we deliver? Yes, we can. Ah, it feels so good! Yes! Ha! That's 3 levels in a stream, guys. Sure, it's 5.5 hours, maybe a little longer than I meant to keep on it. But there you go. Angry pink face. Angry pink face. Angry face. Put him in the bank. We never have to play those again. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking. Okay, I'm reading the chat now. Centaur, yes, I like the game and the level so far. Yeah. Oh yes, lots of GGs, yes, and people saying go and stuff, yes. Thank you very much, everyone. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. I don't know. How do I don't know how to do this. But thanks, guys. That's awesome of you to offer for that. So we'll definitely find a way to get that set up. How do I do it? And NOC too, yeah. Of course, I will rely on all of you to use good judgment and not, not lord your privileges over other people. I'm sure I don't have to tell y'all the general stuff. Make sure people act right and don't use any of the inappropriate things that makes it an unwelcome place for others. So let's see how. Okay, I click on the name. But yes. Thank you, Bouncy. You ascend. Thank you, Toby. You ascend. Thank you, Enosa. You ascend. Welcome to our new moderators for the channel. Thank you, Bouncy Block, Enosa, and that. And, Natasha, if you want to be a mod, I'll definitely give you mod as well, but I don't want to put that on you. You didn't say you wanted to do it, and I don't want to give you obligations or whatever. I'm very happy to have you just hanging out, guys. Centaur, maybe in a few bits. These people have been chilling with me for a few streams at least, so I already know them a bit. I don't want to be rude, but I just met you. But we'll keep it going for. Yeah. All right. Cool, Natasha. Word. But yeah. But maybe in the future, just I don't want to just throw it around to every person, but Bouncy and Enosa and Toby, they've been around. All right, so next level is I'm like, wait, can I not copy a whole comment? Finish Geometrical Dominator, then finger dash, then dash. All right, Geometrical Dominator. It won't fit. We will abbreviate theory of everything. T of everything. Yes, Centaur. Let me try that one out for a cool hits, and then we'll move on to. No, I told Centaur we would try it. I just that was probably like 2 hours ago, and I forgot. Yeah, we'll give it a try. So moving things, you make that jump there, a little bit of a shutter, and then there's like a shallow block there you gotta try to get past. Oh, how disorienting. Jump there before it falls? No, not like that. Ah! No, I really do appreciate all you guys stepping up. It does take a load off my back, you know, like like I said, I didn't know how to ask anybody or anything, and oh, it goes underneath there. I guess that's the coin path. But it will be, you know, a refreshing thing to know that at least there's someone who can get people to, you know, not say their gamer words if it happens to be going on and I don't notice. The last thing I want is, you know, just sort of, you know, the negative internet experience to be, you know, visited on people as from coming into my channel. I know there's plenty of objectionable stuff out there, but all right. Think this is beyond my abilities, buddy. Yeah, you know, we'll come back and try that some other day when we're better at the game. But a very cool map. Blackouts, moving platforms, all of that. That's tough on me. It's not in my normal wheelhouse. Geometrical Dominator is here. I think we'll probably start in practice. Yeah, just to refresh our memory with the part at the end. Oh, that's right. You're supposed to fall down there. Oh, those aren't orbs, those are death. Oh yes, Edward, no problem. I am happy to do it. I want to have a stream where I just like take submitted levels and play them. Whoops. But for that, you know, I would want to schedule it, and like I've said to y'all before, like I am so bad at scheduling things, like because sometimes like I get off work and I don't want to talk, or like, you know, I think at 3 in the afternoon, okay, I'll stream in a couple hours, but then I want to take a nap. Yes, we are achieving the domination of Geometry. Oh, that's right. That one doesn't fall. It's the fake orb there that you got to watch out for. I was, you know, I knew how to do it, and yet now I'm doing it wrong. Now we're dashing. Okay, now we're not dashing. Okay, now we are totally removing all of the knowledge we had from the game. Oh, man. Okay. Down, then up, then down, then... Yeah, and then we do this thing, and then it's the upside down one with the invisible spikes. And I don't need practice with any of that. Or really any of this. I mean, sure, I've died and you've seen me die, but... You know, we don't need practice with this part either. I say, as I die. Okay. I think we went over the top of it. Like I was saying, we don't need practice with this part. Proceeds to die in it 12 times. All right. I'm only dying here because of starting out and not, you know, it's not hard to jump. Yeah, these ship sections, you know, even though I just bashed my head, you know, they're not hard. They're not hard compared to what we were doing. I just need to familiarize myself with the blackout portion in the end a few times, and then I think we'll be able to crash into the roof again. Great. I also was trying to set a checkpoint right there, which also doesn't work that well. Because this part is, you know, smooth. Sure, we'll die there sometimes, but okay. Right, I died again. Whoops. Okay, we need to hold there and not. Okay, so you go through the portal and then you fall a little bit, and then you do that. And these are really easy. You just coast up and down them, and then you do 2 there. Whoops. Whoops. And then there's that part, which I always do wrong, but I might accidentally do right someday. Alright, and then, yeah, and then it's just this easy part, right? This easy part where I immediately die. Fortunately, I have practiced this memory part a lot. You can't tell from how bad I'm doing, but it used to be even worse than this. Whoops. I'm always dying there. You can make it into that orange double block link width pillar if you jump right at the right time, but I never do. I do sometimes. Like I said, I've done this part several hundred times. Okay. Why? You know, after the first few of getting through, I could tell that I was about to start making a lot of failures to make up for it. Now you're saying getting through, you didn't. Well, no, but I got, you know, to the middle of it, which is way better than I had been doing in the past. Whoops. And there, it's important to not jump into that and to fall, then hit it, because you can get a very bad angle on it. Yeah, you don't want to jump, although you can hit it. You want to hit the little bouncy thing that it's not clear it's going to be there. Whoops. I did it again. And there, alright, so big pillar, just fall, then jump. Why say it out loud, you wonder? To let you know that I know what I'm supposed to do, and I'm not doing it. You might think, that's a little superfluous. Yeah, well, welcome to talking to me. Whoops, did it again. Alright, what's the color of the pillar that we're going through and then dropping from? Purple, blue? That'll help. 2 lengths. A nice magenta? No, it's the green one. It better not change colors as we go. Agony of agonies. There, I thought I was already dead and then turned into dead. Yeah, Q. Everything except Geometrical Dominator. No, I mean, 3 insane levels in one stream. I mean, they're not demons, but they're pretty good for me. They're certainly far beyond what I would have thought I would become capable of after a little while of playing Geometry Dash. Alright, I have got to stop doing that. Will I? That remains to be seen, but I do have to stop it. And I don't know what happened there, but I did it wrong. Whoops. Oh, right, you're supposed to jump there. I did it again. 2 more levels for the demons. No, we've got you got finger dash and dash. You got electrodynamics. I do remember that, Bouncy. I do remember when I said I was never gonna beat cycles. I was talking about that earlier today, actually. Someone was like, "Oh, you figured out practice mode." I was like, "Yeah, Bouncy, such a gentleman. He just like made me." Made me custom to what I needed, and then I got so embarrassed by him offering to do it again that I've figured out how to do it on my own. But no, I definitely appreciate that. And I definitely do remember when I thought I never would. I guess these levels are harder than that. No, I know Clutterfunk is. I almost want to go back and watch me playing Clutterfunk at the start. I'm sure it was just melting my brain a little bit. Not all of it, but some of it. But as I'm sure is the case for most people who make videos on the internet, I don't really go back and watch them after. Although sometimes I go into one so I can timestamp something. Usually just, you know, the rare, glorious event of beating a level. Yep, you know, it's not a little bad run. Certainly the most, oh, I did the thing again. You don't want to jump into that. You need to hit the bumper into it. And that's probably, you know, that's definitely there because you can't see the bumper. And you might think, oh, I got to jump. Whoops. Did I try Electrodynamics? I don't think I've ever even booted it up, no. Bouncy said it was the hardest of the Insanos. Whoops. Man, if I could... Okay. Now, I remember when I said I would never be able to get through this part one time. It's still mostly true. Whoops, I missed the crystal. That's right, you gotta hit those. Whoops. Alright, so it's very fast there compared to what you would expect. I just need to be ready when we hit that portal to be trying to go down to unlock the gate and then up a little bit, and then the next one is up from there. Whoops. Bye, Centaur. Q, you say you're never in the stream when I beat levels? Well, you know, I don't beat them that often. You know, I mean, there's probably, what, 30 minutes total of game-beating footage in my 50 or 55 hours of Geometry Dash streams. Whoops. Whoops. Would have been a lot better if I jumped. And it's school the whole time? Well, that's good, you know. School is a good place to be on a weekday. It's a lot better than I was doing it the other day. I know you've seen me run into that pillar like 50 times, so you might be thinking, how could it be better than the other day? Well, it is. Hello, Jose. How are you? There, I was trying to fall too quick, because I knew I needed to fall, but I started doing it before the portal, and the wave came, and there I did the thing again where I jumped even though you're not supposed to jump, and I know you're not supposed to jump. Whoops. You can hold straight into the portal as the wave. Oh, okay. Your potato on your dad's phone because your phone's 5%. You can watch it on your TV. Well, thanks for your dedication to the stream. You know, that's you're really going all out. We're gonna die. Nope. Okay, so you can make that jump and be able to live through it, but sometimes not. I don't even remember that part. We probably just got past it. You jump through the things that move or whatever. Yeah, we do a couple more like that, and I'll feel good about... You say I'm gonna run the title soon. Yeah, look, I really do need to end this stream sometime. I gotta eat. I gotta... Ugh, gotta stretch and walk around. I've been in this chair for, what, 5.5 hours now? Almost 6. Yikes. Well, you know, my successes... all of my many successes made me feel like time wasn't going by that quick. You know, on minute 45, when I did not think I was going to beat Clutterfunk, I was like, man, this is killing me. There was a time in this, like, I could have talked. I was just like, I was so glum. Like, I didn't want to start talking. Mainly because I also try not to, like, fluently curse on here, not nearly as much as I do in normal life. And all the words coming out of my head that I was stopping from being expressed were just, you know, unpleasant. Not very literate. What? So that's a fun way to die. Treadmill stream win. You know, if I had a treadmill, I think that would be an awesome thing to do. I used to, you know, I wasn't streaming, but I had an exercise bike. It broke. You know, I didn't buy it. I inherited it once upon a time. But I would sit on it and play Diablo 3 on my Switch. I would, you know, put the little Switch up there, and I would play D3 while I biked away. Which I think, if you play video games, it's a great way to work out. Now, it's not very practical when you're swimming, but I love swimming. I don't go swimming. I should. There's probably a place in town to go. Hey, Bouncy, you say I showed you something new. Oh, yeah. You can fall out of the map just like that, just there. Whoops, I ran into the gear again. It's all good. Ah, come on. No, but I have long sort of put together like my no, you got to go higher much earlier than that. Combined, you know, fitness and like my pursuit of absorbing art. I was absolutely obsessed with the film Braveheart in junior high, just so obsessed with it. I used to watch it like every day, and I had this workout with all these push-ups and sit-ups and leg lifts and all of this other body weight stuff, and I would do it just like that was my thing. I called it the Braveheart workout. I was in great shape when I was a teenager. Oh, all the levels were made in the main level editor? That is very cool. There is a marvelous game in the past called F-Zero X. It came out on the Nintendo 64. And, you know, it was before its time. And it needed this peripheral called the Nintendo 64 disk drive, which never really caught on for true greatness. But it had a level editor that was the... Oh, that's why I could skip the portals, so that makes sense, yeah. You could make levels in it, and this was, you know, a Nintendo 64 game, and it was the same level editor that was used to create the levels themselves inside of the game, and it was like wonky, but it was so cool. Unfortunately, this is before like, you know, networking and stuff, because I had a Sega Dreamcast. It had a network cable, although I didn't have internet enabled for it. But, you know, there was nothing like that for the 64, so you couldn't, like, share your F-Zero custom maps with your friends. Not like my friends had F-Zero. I didn't even have F-Zero. My friend had F-Zero. It was hard to find. It's like an anti-gravity racer, sort of like a Wipeout if you're not familiar with F-Zero. So it's futuristic. Oh yeah, Captain Falcon. Everybody would know F-Zero because Smash Brothers exists. I forget. Falcon Punch. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the first thing made was the editor because they needed to use the editor to make it. I love that. That's such a cool story to the game. Very awesome. Whoops. That ball part, it's only really tricky if you don't know the moving platform is going to emerge after you hit the diamond. Because if you try to run away from it, well, then you die. You say Smash is the only game you're good at besides this, Bouncy? Well, I never got good at Smash. I had Smash on the 64, and I was a terror compared to my friends and neighbors and family, but you know, this was not Melee or Brawl where they were, you know, real true competitive scenes. Okay, right into there. Alright, I think, you know what, I think we're just gonna, yeah, you know, let's just go for it. Let's go for the broke. At the very least, we'll get a boost to the percentage, because I've really got to eat and make more coffee and maybe shower, you know, all the things that are important to do. Whoopsie. Yeah, gotta get a new best at the very least, but I would prefer to just run the 57 to 100 all at once, and instead of a new best, get a new complete. But, you know, we'll see. It's wild how the first part of this level feels so dramatically different than the rest of it. Well, not the rest, than the second half. Whoops. My hardest level is Clutterfunk, because you guys have told me that the other ones I beat are easier. It's gonna be so funny if I ever beat a demon. I'll have to get like a top hat and a monocle and a waistcoat. Talk about what it's like to be above the common rabble. Now, frog run. Invisible, invisible, visible, bounce. And there, I failed to jump at the appropriate time. They even have little dots that tell you where you're supposed to be jumping. Whoops. Alright, so there, my problem was that I flattened out. I needed to ride the slope down the whole way. It's a lot easier to get the angle that you need if you sort of ride the valley there. Like so. And there, you don't want to bash your head. I don't know what people call it. I call it frog. Because it jumps. I mean, sure, it's mechanical, but... You call it robot? Well, I'm probably going to call it frog. It's got 2 legs, it's green, and it jumps. And I know you're saying, well, they don't have to be green. Well, if I'm playing it, it does. But yeah, not Mecha Dinosaur either. Although that's a clearly better name than Robot. No disrespect intended to the person who named it Robot, but Mecha Dinosaur, clearly a superior name. Okay. A little bit late there. I guess normally I come in above that slope a little bit. And so I had the timing down, but that's wrong, you know. You don't keep the same timing unless you do the same stuff before the timing starts. Yeah, no, so everyone says the nightmare is the one to do. I guess I haven't given it that much thought, because, well, today was the first day that I honestly might have thought, maybe I'll get to the demons. I kind of thought I was never going to get through, you know, Clutterfunk. It was a tough level for me. There were some of those, like, very timing-dependent orbs in the late game where I ended up just, like, mashing my thumb down, which made it work, but it definitely wasn't beaten because I certainly knew exactly what I was trying to do, right? Ah! Did it again. Oh, I forgot to jump there. That's not great. All right. I don't even think we got a new best. I want to be like last run. I'm like, no, we can't do a last run without even a new best. I crashed to the wall again. Amazing. X step, V2, Y step. I think I've seen some of those names before tossed around too. So I guess there's what, like, you have I'm gonna collect demons mode where people just, you know, you try to beat all that you can. Or then, like, you beat one and then you try to beat a much harder one to impress people, but it doesn't impress them. That's probably a thing. So I've been on the internet before. I'm like, I bet that's a thing people do. Like, now that I beat the nightmare, I'm going to play this map 60,000 times. You know, like someone who convinces themselves that they want to be the greatest player in the world, and the only way to do that is to beat the hardest map without any of the other maps being beaten in between. But I am content to chip away at things in more or less their order of difficulty, and more or less their order of being put into the game. Ish. I crashed to the wall again. Terrible. Alright. I'm actually getting hungry. So, last attempt. Hate to leave while people are paying attention to me. There's nothing worse in the world than saying bye when people are watching. But, I'm gonna get real anger-oriented, irritable here in a second if I don't get some food. Last attempt, right now. Let's go. Okay, that one doesn't count as the last. This will be the last attempt. If you die at 4%, you know, like, what's the point of calling it the last attempt? But no matter what happens here, this has been the greatest Geometry Dash run of my career. I mean, stream anyway, not run. That's not how it's called. And maybe we'll get it right here, and if not, then we'll come back later. We'll come back later. We'll come back later. But thank you guys so much. Thank you for watching and listening. Thanks everyone. Thank you and congratulations to our new moderators, Bouncy Block, Anosa, and ToE Bilbao. Really appreciate y'all volunteering. That'll take a load of worry off of me. Bye Q, bye Jose, bye Natasha, goodbye Auroras, goodbye everyone, Potato, Centaur, Moody, sorry if I missed anyone, but that'll... Look, it's 6 hours and 10 minutes on this stream, and I have got to get up and walk around. I may appear to be made out of metal, but underneath that is a ridiculous and weak human body that must be fed. So, I'll see you guys later. Thank you so much, and hope you've enjoyed, and perhaps I will see you in a future stream or video.